about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right, we are live. I'm seeing it showing as Monero Talk is hosting on Twitter. Are they both?
That one might have been like here. I'll remove that one.
No, yeah, I guess you could leave it on both. I don't know. So it's not, so now it's like showing both as hosting.
It might be.
Okay. I guess that's fine. Whatever, experiment. Leave that. I don't know. Or take Monero Talk off. Whatever you think is best. I'm gonna tweet it out on Monerotopia. We are live. Okay. Bam. It's official. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, it's going. It's kind of sad I missed last episode. Because I brought someone told me about that jerky guy. I was actually very curious about his offerings, and of course, I wasn't here last week.
Yeah.
I looked at his site; it looked really cool.
Yeah.
I'll probably buy some this week.
Sweet. I don't know if I received it yet. I ordered it live on air, but I had it shipped somewhere. I haven't checked in if it got to the location yet. So I don't know. I was hoping to have it now during the show, but I didn't make that happen. But I did order it live on air. And then you were at the MIT event. How was that?
Yes, I was. It was fine. It was like a few hundred people, I would say. And it was more of like it wasn't like the Bitcoin conference, where it's like an influencer conference. Not like that at all. It really was just a lot of people there just to learn about stuff. And there was a lot of people who actually didn't know what Bitcoin was that came around too, just to
really
ask other people, like, how does this work? And yeah, it was interesting. I didn't really see any of the talks because most of the time I was at the cake booth. We were giving away backpacks that people really liked. And I did talk about Bitcoin privacy, which is something you are allowed to do at this conference. Probably not so much in the way I talked about it at the main Bitcoin conference. Probably wouldn't be allowed to do talk like that. But yeah, it was great. Went well. It was, I guess a smaller, medium type deal, but it was fine. Met some cool people.
Did you segue into Monero?
Oh, it was definitely mentioned several times. It wasn't like I did a presentation about Monero. It was more of like,
right.
Oh, here's Bitcoin's main privacy issues. Here's some tools in Bitcoin, and then also there's like this thing called Monero, and then there's like other,
which is what Bitcoin was supposed to be. Just saying, but you guys do your own research. We got Cyrus tip $5. Thank you so much, man. Just got some of the money the government stole from me refunded, so here you go. That's very nice. Using his tax refund, the government gave him back some. You never know how much you're going to get back. They just take. You never even really know how much you're supposed to give. They leave it very vague. So we're all guilty of something at any point in time. But Cyrus got some back, and he sent us some Monero-based super chat. Greatly appreciate it. By the way, Cyrus, apologies for during the Monero talk I didn't bring up one of your super chats. It was not a problem with Cake or XMRChat. He thought his CakeWallet wasn't working. It was, in fact, the chat did come through. I just missed it. I just missed the chat, so I apologize for that. But anyone listening, yes, please do send your Monero-based super chats. XMRChat.com/MoneroTalk. go ahead and send them through. We'll bring them up.
And if you guys can give me an audio check in the comments, sometimes the audio becomes way off. So if it sounds imbalanced, just let us know in the comments and I'll fix it.
We have 36 live viewers. Guys, like, retweet. Let's get the word out. Making a Monero morning. Cloudy over here on the East Coast. I don't know what it's like where you are, Tux, but I feel like it's a good day for sitting down and watching a Monerotopia morning show.
It's a little more sunny now. It was hailing last
Oh wow,
week.
you had hail this morning. Okay.
Not this morning, but a day ago it was hailing a lot.
Really?
Some weird weather, yeah.
Okay, yeah, here it's been cold here. It warmed up like a few weeks ago, and now it like got cold again. But hopefully we get some more sunshine soon. Tony saying it's always a good day. I agree. We've been having some good days. I've been entertained by the markets, by the tariffs, by everything, which I guess is part of the purpose, right? It's the entertainment portion of the matrix.
They were just getting trolled at this point.
It's it's been pretty wild to see. So very much looking forward to Bawdy's take on everything that's gone down and to hear where he thinks things are headed. Overall, Tux, what do you think? You think the bottom is in, or is there more pain to come? Or are we going to see some kind of like, I don't know.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you at this point.
And Trump just messing with things. And he's going to, start pumping the price.
It seems almost like some people are saying like, oh, he's playing like 69D chess. But I think he just maybe saw what was starting to happen and maybe got a little scared, backed off.
I think he's literally just turning dials and seeing what happened. He's like, oh shit, okay, all right, that's what that does. And I mean, like, nobody can even predict what these things will do, right? Like, in the world we live in, there's, it's like trying to predict the weather, right? And like,
yeah,
and you're
I mean, some people are saying, oh, he's playing 60 chess, and then other people are saying, oh, he's an idiot, doesn't know what he's doing. I think it's somewhere in between both of those viewpoints. I think it's probably
I will say what he's clearly doing, clearly aware of, is that he's controlling the entire global market in terms of whether price is going up or prices. So no longer about Trump coin now. He's pumping and dumping the global economy.
I mean, hey, if you were the leader of literally the global empire, would you not have just a little bit of fun? See how things work, just a little bit,
Yeah, it's a dangerous game though, especially, and he's obviously hooking up his friends, right? People know what he's doing before the rest of us know what he's going to do, and obviously that's not ideal. We need to eliminate that over the course of time, obviously, as things get more decentralized, but Trump is certainly benefiting from like the heyday of being able to do that on a mass level, right? Like, it's like there's no better time to be to try to manipulate the mass global economy than right now. He can literally just send out a tweet and send it in one direction or the other. So that's been, that we know for a fact is like true, and that he knows is true, right? What his actual end goals are, I don't know. To say that he's not taking advantage of the fact that he's able to make the markets go up or down, I think that's pretty naive given what we know of Trump, right? I mean, he's all about making money.
Money.
Yep. So we'll get into that more, I'm sure, with Bawdy. Anything else we should be bringing up? I guess Monerotopia Porkfest. I'll bring that up. Let me quickly bring up the website. So, yeah, guys, we are doing an event. Basically, we're calling it Monerotopia at Porkfest. It's going to be at Porkfest in New Hampshire in June. Same time as Monerocon. So here we go. We added it. Monerotopia. So it's monerotopia.com/Porkfest. Simple website. We'll be adding information as it comes out. Right now, we don't really have much. It's just me and Aaron are hosting. Sponsored by CakeWallet. Sponsored by Xano. Confidential Layer. This is Aaron's project, Karma. So we're putting that up there since he's one of the hosts, and then I'll be shilling XMR Bazaar since I'm one of the hosts as well. So we're making XMR Bazaar and Karma one of the sponsors as well. And we're looking for, I think, 2 more sponsors, and we'll be adding some speakers soon. So should be exciting. It's going to be a good time. PorcFest is always a good time. This one's going to be particularly awesome because we're going to have a big-ass tent. A lot of people there talking privacy tech, and we'll be streaming the MoneroCon talks over there. Hopefully, we'll be getting some good news on full chain membership proof implementation as news is dropping from MoneroCon. So it should be exciting times. A lot of people will be there, and a vast majority of them will be using Monero in one form or another. So it's a very cool, fun scene. If you can make it, highly recommend you come out. If you're thinking about doing it, you got to buy your ticket like today. The PorcFest tickets sell out. It's a ticket, gives you access for the whole week. You don't need to buy any Monerotopia ticket or anything. Once you're in PorcFest, you'll be able to go to all the different tents, and you'll certainly find ours. So if you're considering going, grab your PorcFest ticket before they sell out. Thousands of people go, and they definitely do sell out. So that should be fun. If you can't make it to MoneroCon, which a lot of people on the stateside, it's a big trip for them. Come on over to New Hampshire. Drive, I don't know, dust off the RV and drive it on over to PorcFest. Come stay for the week. That is the best way to do it. If you're hardcore, if you come like camp out, that is the best way to experience PorcFest. I personally stay in a hotel or motel right off. There's one on campus, but that probably sold out already. So that is that. Anything else? Housekeeping we should be bringing up? Any big Monero community news?
Definitely some we will bring up in the news segment.
Okay. Yeah, guys, grab if you can make it to Europe, grab your MoneroCon tickets. That's fast approaching. So, like I said, both things are happening literally the same weekend. It's gonna be a good time. I'm hoping for an increase in Monero transaction count as we approach the 2 events, and hopefully on the days of we get a bump in transaction count. That's my metric for success. So hoping to see that. And yeah, what else should I say? XMR Bazaar, guys. Moving along. That actually, Tux, that was going to be one of my potential guests. Let me bring it up here. This is kind of funny. I was hoping to have a glorious Monero story today, and I was going to do the show remotely as I drove to location to potentially pick up where is it? Let's see if it just pops up. I might have to search it. A kitten. There's a Bengal kitten for sale. It's in the New York area. I started communicating.
How much is that? 500 USD or 2.3 XMR.
Yeah. And apparently he or she is I don't know much about cats. Not a cat person. But my daughter really, 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 really wants a pet of any kind. She loves cats. She loves dogs. She's allergic though to most. So we were gonna go. My thought was to try to go check out this kitten, see if it's real, if the post is real. So I've been talking to whoever's behind this post, and it seems to be real. Like they sent pictures of the kitten, videos of the kitten, pictures with written like down Chowbunga Man, so like we know that it was like recently taken. But they're like not willing to jump on like a video call. Like I don't know, they're being a little sketch at the same time, like unnecessarily sketch. I don't know if they're just if they're busy. I don't know what's going on in their life. But we were supposed to go see it today, but we weren't able to coordinate that. So I'll let you guys know as the kitten story develops. But I'm in the market for purchasing a kitten directly with Monero. So yeah, that's my XMR Bazaar story. I'm seeing a lot of different posts on XMR Bazaar, guys. please post away. Keep putting things up there and try to, buy things, use it as well, right? As much as you can. Let's grow out the Monero circular economy. I do feel like we're definitely gaining traction in that area. I don't know, Tux, what do you think? You think does it feel like the Monero circular economy is genuinely growing?
I mean, yeah, to a degree. It's a very long, slow process. But yeah, it's definitely. I'd say it's a lot larger than when I first got into it, for sure. There's just a lot more availability of like people that just sell you things like the jerky guy. There's like a lot more
Yeah.
of that type of thing. Individuals and families, and usually smaller businesses. Which is like, that's kind of the first goal, is smaller businesses, real people, to adopt the use of like Monero. So
Lucifer is asking, can someone sell Monero 2 on XMR Bazaar? Yeah, I mean, effectively you can. We don't really push it for that purpose too much. But yeah, it's a marketplace, peer-to-peer marketplace. You could go on and, looking to trade some of your Monero peer-to-peer for gold backs, for cash, for euros. But we just stress that you should clearly indicate that you're not doing it as a business. Maybe you have some Monero and you have a need for some cash, right? If you're on there all the time, like, hey, I run a business where I sell Monero for cash, hit me up, I have the best rates. Well, you're stupid if you're gonna do that, because you're probably gonna get caught. I mean, depending where you are, but I'm not sure exactly where you get away with that anywhere at this point. Certainly here in the U.S.
not the United States, that's for sure.
Certainly here in the U.S., you cannot get away with that. So I'd be very careful. But that being said, it's perfectly legal for you to trade Monero peer-to-peer out of a need. You have Monero, you need some cash. That's perfectly legal. Just make sure you're not seen as being in the business of it. And, you could charge whatever rate, it's the free market. You have, you're looking to get rid of $1,000, what you see as $1,000 worth of Monero, set your price and maybe get somebody who has a need for some Monero and has some cash. So yeah, you can certainly use it for that. And people do. Some people are. I just don't promote it too much, just because of those reasons I'm talking about right now. I don't want it to become basically misused and abused for those reasons. So I like to see it organically blossom for those purposes, but where people realize that it's got to truly be like peer-to-peer and you're just there, just like you'd be selling anything else on XMR Bazaar out of a need, not so much. Well, I guess you can be there selling other things as a business, right? Like you could be on there selling honey as a business, but I wouldn't be on there selling Monero as a business. Maybe, you're the honey guy, but sometimes you put up posts to sell some of the Monero that you've earned because you need cash. Like, that makes sense. I've been stressing that for years, and I don't know, people, right? It's important, guys. You don't want to bring yourself unnecessary trouble. There's obviously, you could use Haveno, things like that are really taking on that role. I would like to see people, the local Monero aspects grow more on XMR Bazaar, but like I said, I'm not really pushing it. And maybe there's things we could do to make it safer too for those purposes. Lots of updates coming from XMR Bazaar. We just haven't had the time to go over them or like test everything, but we have the bonding system has been developed, so we'll be implementing that any day now. You'll be able to verify your profile with your X account, and we're adding notifications, so you'll be able to connect your Signal and your SimpleX accounts, and so whenever you get a message on XMR Bazaar, you would get a notification sent to your Signal or SimpleX, which I think is great, because there's a lot of missed opportunities, right? Because people aren't on XMR Bazaar all day, every day. They go on, they make a post, they're selling something, meanwhile they're getting DMs from somebody and they never respond because they forget to log back on. So this will hopefully solve that problem, because a lot of people do check their Signal app every day or their SimpleX app every day. So hopefully this will solve that problem. And we have some other things in the works. So if that answers your questions, you can in fact sell Monero for cash in XMR Bazaar. Just be careful how you do it, how you phrase it. All right, yeah, we'll keep this moving along. Tux, I know you got things to do later today. I wouldn't mind making it a shorter show myself. Get back to the fam. So let's get Bawdy up here, and then do we have Tony? Do we have Tony today?
Yeah, I believe so. And of course,
All right,
the general rule in XMR Bazaar is like, yeah, it would be nice if we let you sell whatever you want. I'm sure Doug would have a time with that, but it's a ClearNote website. Okay, you gotta follow the rules of your local jurisdiction. You know.
Yeah, there's no reason to do things egregiously where we ruin a good thing, right?
Yeah,
like there's plenty of freedom that comes with just using XMR Bazaar for legal goods and services in your communities. There's tons of benefit we could get out of that. So like, why stretch that to the point where we do stuff where that then gets banned, right? So like, let's keep a good thing going, grow that, get momentum, get network effect, make it unstoppable where like it would be difficult for them to even shut it down. And do the the gray area things, do them, but in a smart way. And like I said, it's perfectly legal to sell your Monero for cash out of a need. Just don't do it as a business. Simple as that. And then other things like sketch things that are clearly legal in your area. You shouldn't be out there, selling heroin for freaking Monero on XMR Bazaar. That's not going to go over well. We're going to kick you off the site. Do not sell illegal goods and services, because you're not only endangering yourself, you're endangering the entire ecosystem. You're leading us down a path where something like XMR Bazaar then becomes a platform that they want to eliminate. Let's not give them a reason to come after us. There's tons of value that we can get out of using it in a legal way.
Yep, totally.
All right, so let's get Bawdy up here. Price report. We'll keep moving.
It's gonna be a spicy day for that. Let's do it.
Oh yeah.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right.
Hey guys.
GM Bawdy. How's it going?
Oh man,
It's good. Hopefully I don't have too much background noise. I have a fan dying on my computer, so it might sound like
I
a
think you're
fucking
fine.
jet engine. Oh, cool. So yeah, it seems like StreamYard has good noise cancellation.
yeah, it does. No, you
I
sound
was
great.
listening to the last price report on one of my flights back home. I downloaded it before the flight took off so I could listen to it. And now a bunch of that stuff's changed already. That was just a week ago.
Listen,
yeah.
Trump
you
is
must
his
have been
own
having some
man.
fun, man.
Trump doesn't care what anything looks like. He could just do some stuff, say some stuff, change on a whim. And things are good. The market's going to switch. It's going to pivot, right? And how are we going to know? I'm sure you
But
guys saw
I got to ask, did you listen to Trump when he said buy now?
I didn't hear that. I did not hear
You
that.
should have
Not
trusted
in
the
real time.
plan.
And now that is the question. So if he tweets, if we have another moment where Trump is like, now is the time to buy, do you listen, or is it a fake ad?
No, it's too late. No, everyone knows now. No, it's too late.
Yeah, but this right. So they'll be self-fulfilling, right? Everybody's now going to buy, right?
Remember back in the day when Elon would tweet about Doge and Doge
Yeah,
pump,
yeah.
but he had diminishing returns on that, and eventually, like one way we knew it was the top was because he would tweet and price wouldn't respond anymore. So
Well, he
when
went on
Trump-
SNL, and then people were disappointed because he didn't promote Doge enough, and from there it was just tanked.
Yeah,
Yeah, the difference is
that-
he's not
that
just
was-
pumping and dumping Doge or Trump coin. He's doing it to the entire
fucking global
market.
well, he did give us a prelude when he released Trump and Melania coins on Sol.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good prelude to what he intended to do in general. Right, it's a nice little microcosm. So,
But seriously though, what do you do, right? Like if market's tanking next week, right? Like weird stuff happens with the bonds, the dollar starts to crash, and then they're like, oh, the system is broken, there's no liquidity, and like entire market just like starts to tank, and then Trump comes on, just like I said last time, now's a good time to buy. Like, how do you like? I think it would pump. Like every like jackass is gonna buy. So unless there's like they're using it to a moment where they're like trying to mass sell, it's like, I mean, it wouldn't it. I don't know. I think it actually would pump.
Well, it did pump, right? Like that's what happened.
No, but I'm saying, so if it happens the second time, like, because obviously, like we're saying, diminishing, right, effect, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it would.
There's going to be a diminishing effect there, and there are still tariffs. Like, where do we import most of our stuff? It's from China, and there's still big tariffs on China, and then China retaliated, and it's only a 90-day pause anyway, so we get to look forward in 90 days, or maybe I guess like 85 days now, to do the cycle all over again, where it's like, it's coming, we don't know, he's going to fake out, are they going to be real tariffs? Some other country, maybe Vietnam, is going to be open, but then someone else is going to be closed. And markets hate uncertainty, bro. Like, they hate uncertainty. So like, what do you like? We'll look at the charts, we'll take a look at what happened. But are we at new all-time highs? No, just gold, but not stocks, not crypto. So it's a bit dubious, I think, that we would actually make it to new fresh all-time highs. The overall macro environment doesn't support it. The uncertainty of the markets doesn't support it. The banks and the big investors, other than being inside traders, they're not going to want to support that either. Like, there's already been so much leverage, and all this uncertainty doesn't contribute to any of that. And there's still bigger tariffs, right? There's still tariffs. It's still more expensive to get your products from China. Oil is still way down, and there's still a lot of reasons to think that there could actually be some international geopolitics happening between the U.S. and Russia. Perhaps Russia, they're trying to keep that ruble down. The U.S. can withstand lower oil prices better than Russia can. So there's probably a whole bunch of different factors at play, right? It's kind of like,
and we have a war with Iran brewing as well. So like that would throw everything for,
Yeah, we've always had a war with Iran brewing. East Asia
perpetually since 9/11.
War with Oceania.
Like, it seems like that's part of what they want to happen during this regime. Bring that war to a head.
Trump's got a lot of favors he's got to do for people.
Yeah, exactly. We are getting some Monero super chats here. Sexy tip, 3 cents, Bawdy. I know you were hesitant to share your creation with us, but thanks for sharing with your bros. I use your WM analysis with it to your wave magic analysis with it to do good in shit coins, and then use that pure profit straight up to pump XMR. I suspect most here do the same for the cause.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice, yeah.
Just keep moving shitcoin gains into XMR. That's the play.
And
that's the name of the game. How we win.
Shortwave, thanks again, man, by the way, for taking on the co-pilot seat last week. Shortwave, 25 cents. Monero stayed rock steady while Trump played the markets. SMA for the win.
Yes, thank you, Shortwave, for co-hosting last week. I was absent. I don't know. Would we say Monero is rock steady? I mean, I feel like it's in a similar bracket to Bitcoin now, where it's in this higher area, but it's still moving up and down within that area, similar to Bitcoin. I don't know if I'd say it was rock steady. It did go below 200 briefly.
Yeah, we actually came to some pretty obvious levels for it to hit. It was.
Then there's that one candle that was really, really bizarre. That went all the way down to what, 165, something like that.
Super I don't know if you can see it here on the chart, but yeah, we got a wick down here to
oh wow, when did that happen? Holy shit.
That was
just briefly. It's like Monday. Someone trying to sell a lot, or they sold at a low limit.
Whoops.
And I'm getting a lot of like jitters and jumps on StreamYard. Is my voice coming through steady, or is it like sounding?
No,
weird?
You sound perfectly fine.
No, you sound okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of that on just hearing from you guys. I think I don't know. I just have problems with my connection. I always do. Well, Do we want to? Shall we jump into it?
Yeah, take it away, and I'm sure we'll ask more questions later.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, jump in anytime. Yeah, okay. So we got the Monero chart in front of us. We've got this pleb line right here that has been relatively good. I mean, we have some wicks down below it here on the back end, back in 2024. But this thing has actually been pretty good for places to look for purchases for buys. It's been your best opportunity to buy a Monero over the past couple of years, right? That's been your points of maximum opportunity. On Monday, maybe we wouldn't call this Black Monday. Maybe it's more like Gray Monday. Yeah, it was like the threat that everything was going to collapse. It kind of was collapsing, and then a whole bunch of fuckery started happening. There was a fake story. So Trump put a 90-day pause on not all the tariffs, but most of them, just not against China. But that news got leaked. Was it a day before, or maybe it was 2 days before? That news got leaked, and then the markets pumped, and then it was like, oh, fake news, bro, and then it dumped, and then Trump came out and was like, oh, 90-day pause, and then even his Secretary of Commerce was like taken by surprise by this move. So
Joke's on you.
It's like there's no amount of technical analysis is going to overcome that kind of fuckery. However, maybe I should save this for the macro. Now I'm kind of rabbit trailing. We're here looking at the Monero chart, but whatever. Remember last week I said that I'm not too interested in opening a short. You can do it. It's one thing you can do, but shorting is inherently more risky. And this is the reason, right? Some of the biggest pumps that happen in the market are rebounds, are dead cat bounces off of the bottom. Now, am I saying is what we have here a dead cat bounce? Yeah, I mean, there could be a bunch of dead cat bounces along the way. I'm starting to get the impression that this macro crash is going to be more like a 2008 style event. I think we have a fundamentally problematic landscape across the entire economy now. And I don't believe this pump that's happening. Like, okay, it's happening. I believe it, whatever. But I don't think this is the recovery. I don't think this sends us to new all-time highs. I think the whole tariff thing has to get resolved one way or another. And potentially, probably the Fed's got to step in there and lower rates a little bit. Give something, right? The market needs something. It's got to have some juice to squeeze somewhere. And the only, it should be concerning to you in a macro sense that there's this pump and dump action happening on the markets. If markets were just going to pump, they would just get leverage long and stay leverage long, right? Warren Buffett and Jimmy Buffett and all of the other people out there would be invested into the market, leverage long, wait for it to go sky high, markets going 2x, 3x, leverage on 20, get to 60x profits, etc. There would be no need to do this crazy nonsense of leaking news and then saying no and releasing shit coins on Solana and then saying that Trump's victory day or whatever the hell he called it, and then be like, oh no, just kidding, take backsies, right? And they wouldn't do that. That would be unnecessary if the markets are just going to go up, right? So I don't believe that this is, this is the end of it. It's just the beginning, guys. This could be very much a 2008 style event where things just kind of we are on the way down now, right? So I've got a cash position. I'm waiting. I'm not getting back into the markets until I see clarity. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've still got my Monero and I still have some shitcoin positions. I guess I'll have to go down with the ship on those shitcoins, but that's kind of the point. I said, I'm getting into these. They're going to be a hodl, just going to hang out. If they go down to nothing, to zero or very close to it, whatever, right? I've still got a big cash position. I'll be ready to pounce on the markets. And if I'm wrong, well, then everything will come back and my shitcoins will, take me to sandy beaches and glorious heights. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of my strategy here. I'm personally not rebuying this at any point. And we'll get into that a little bit more. But yeah, right now it's really interesting that Monero just had this single wick down here, touched the moving average cluster, almost touched the pub line, and we're basically back up to stablecoin prices, right? That's just a bit above 200. I really love saying stablecoin now that has moved from 150 target price up to about 200 target price. It's beautiful. It might even be fantastic. To quote the style of our illustrious president. Not my president, hashtag. That one's an old one, though. Okay, so Bitcoin versus Monero. Looks like, so I think and we'll show this on the Z-scores, but it looks like we've entered the regime where the potential pumpage is going to shine the other coins with more luster than Monero. And so we've got a little bit of a pullback here. This is, like I said, this chart, the TA is like a little bit instructive, informative, but fundamental events are going to drive this chart and whether it goes up or down. At the moment, it looks like, we're probably, sort of towards the downside. You'll notice that wick on Monday that sent XMR price down. Oh, looky, it also sent it down more than versus Bitcoin, but then it came right back up. So, that's kind of dubious, right? It's always dubious. Whenever the market crashes, somehow Monero crashes more than everything else, including other shitcoins. So it's always like, what the hell? But okay, sure. So anyways, it looks like, there is the optimism. People do seem to be reaccumulating positions. I think this is just more ripe opportunity for distribution from the big guys onto the little guys. So don't get don't get whacked by the big guys. Don't be. I mean, if you're going to get into Monero, that's fine. You're DCA to Monero all the time. Sure, I got it. But as far as like getting into the rest of the market, into shitcoins and back into Bitcoin and everything else, be careful, guys. Personally, I would still just be saving up a cash position right here. I'd be sitting on that gold, hoping that some obvious level comes, and then you rotate your gold to something else. Right now, it's not clear, at least not for me. Maybe it is for somebody else, but for me, it's not totally clear. So, also at this moment, I would expect this chart now to end up at least in this area, right? Bitcoin versus Monero is going to end up somewhere in that moving average cluster, which would hypothetically be about 3 to 6% lower on the ratio than where we currently are. Let's see. Anything else interesting? Let's look at Monero versus gold, just because gold has been like mega pumping. What is that? The weekly? Let's go to the daily. Get a little bit more resolution. All right. This is a really messy chart. I've actually changed the way that I present the wave magic. I think I mentioned that the other week, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I added basically it's a randomness kind of deal going on. So the lines might print or it might not print, depending on how strong the cluster is. The filtering may or may not print a line, which gives you a little bit more clear visibility when some of these lines are, not as strong as they might otherwise seem. Anyways, still looks like a pretty dirty chart. But Monero is man, I can't say what I think this chart's going to do. I imagine just based on the current trajectories of things, gold's going to continue pumping, Monero's going to continue being stable, and this chart is going to continue meandering onto the downside, and at some point grab this area here, right, that lower standard deviation cluster. So I'd look for Monero versus gold to get down here. Probably you might want to pick some up right there. You could get a little reaction bounce. That's not to say that this thing couldn't also go down to here, right? That's totally possible. So let's do some percentages for you guys. Monero versus gold, probably very likely is going to go down at least 10 more percent. Relative, again, Monero relative to gold, and it could potentially go down 26%, but maybe we'll meander on down there for the rest of the year. I would maybe now be looking towards the fall, and we'll get into this more with the macro, but I'm probably looking towards the fall timeframe to see further, like to see the macro crash, like further crash, not like we could meander our way down, and there'll be some bad days, and there'll be some big mega pumps. Like I said, I don't think we're going to new all-time highs here. That just doesn't make sense to my brain. Maybe I'm just going to be wrong. We'll see.
Have
but
some
there's still
hope,
problems.
Bawdy. Have some faith in the market. They can do
I
it.
have faith in JPal. He's my own personal Jesus Christ. He's going to save my bags. To quote, was it Cypher? No, it isn't Cypher from the Matrix when he gives Neo, when Neo gives him the disc. He's like,
I literally forgot who's the current chair of the Fed. It's not JPow. He left already, right?
No,
unless
they kicked him out, and I'm just like way behind on the news. Jerome Powell is the Federal Reserve Chairman.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. So Jay Powell is going to be there. He's like, I don't know. I don't get it. How is he likable? He's so boring. He's so dry. I think he has this kind of like dry humor, and you can hear him like implying stuff, and you're like, it's like this guy just totally knows the game, and I don't know. I don't know why I like him. I shouldn't. He's a punk, right? He's a Federal Reserve guy with all the fake credits and whatnot. But for whatever reason, he's somehow entertaining despite being the most boring guy online or not online.
Because his power level is so high, you can't help but notice it. He speaks and the market moves.
One thing I do appreciate about him, he was the first guy to actually be like, it used to be that we would change policy and the markets, the financials would move, a few months down the line as a response. But now financials move. Yeah, now financials move in advance of the anticipation of the forward guidance, and it's like, that's retardation squared is what that is. And it's like you can almost hear it in his voice. And maybe I'm just like implying things to him because I don't know. Perhaps I'm anthropomorphizing what is truly an android. I don't know. Anyways, onward we go with the price report. All right, we talked about Xano. I'm not telling you what this coin is going to do. You'll have to decide for yourself. Here's the daily. Let's go to the 4-hour. You guys can just look at the wave magic, look at the astrology, the tea leaves, and decide for yourself what Xano is going to do next. Take your positions. Trading against Roger, trading against, I can't remember the guy that's always talking about Xano on Twitter now. He's based on everything else, but then he's like, and Xano. We're like, stop it, bro. You're cool. Everything else is
like, what's his several. Name? There's Sal the Agorist. There's Aaron Day.
Yeah, Sal. Yeah, Sal is based on like everything else, but then he's got this Xano bag, so he's like having to.
It's very obviously like paid posts. He does the same ones like every day.
Yeah. So yeah, and then I think I see everyone in like Monero and others doing a pretty good job of just being like, bro. We're like, yeah, we get it, whatever. I guess you're poor, you need some bags to pump. All right, whatever. All right, we're looking at Firo here. Firo is, wow, really. Can we say kick the bucket? I mean, no coin ever truly kicks the bucket. You can always go closer to zero. Oh wow, holy shit! They tagged their all-time lows from 2017. Man, that's really bad. Okay, yeah. It's over.
It's kind of sad. Now, I think we talked about this a few weeks ago. I don't remember what Firo does.
They do some research for Monero. If I'm being cheeky. They're a Monero research coin. And they occasionally say some things that we almost for a while used one of their signature schemas, and they were like trying some stuff. And I don't know how they fund anything. Oh, anyways. All right, onward. Pirate Chain. We talked about this and how this descending wedge was probably meant to break down. Looks like it's breaking down. If somehow by some miracle the market's pumped to new all-time highs, Pirate Chain will probably just recover this range. At the moment, it's looking quite dubious for Pirate Chain. Not that it ever wasn't, but it's becoming more clear, at least from a price perspective. There's reasons for that. When you mine 90% of the supply before anyone knows what it is on ASICs, you could have problems that look a lot like the Zcash chart where it just goes down forever. Zcash somehow held up pretty good this week. I don't really understand how or why. No, I guess I do understand. I just have to assume that, something about corporate and Brian Armstrong and Stake and Paolo and Waigu and I don't know, something like that. Insert whatever memes you wish. But yeah, overall, Zcash actually held up pretty good, reasonably well through the Gray Monday event, which is probably just the opening chapter, one of the opening chapters in this whole event. Let's see. No, not worth mentioning the other guys. I just need to delete those, I guess. Okay, here's the Z-scores. We're going to talk about the Z-scores. So you can see what happened with the crash with Monero. We kind of went down with everyone else here. And now things are starting to pump again, right? So actually, apparently we have Tron. We mentioned Tron last week. It was somehow doing better than everyone else, and now it's still doing better than everyone else relative to its own 360-day moving average, right? Relative to its own volatility. Everything referenced towards zero. Zero means that the price hasn't gone up or down at all. Litecoin now still having problems and troubles. Maybe we can compare XMR versus Litecoin in a second. Actually, I would like to do that right now. I haven't done that in a long time. I don't know why, but I feel more like we're winning if we're beating Litecoin. Maybe they say don't compare yourself to other people, but in this case, other coins. Let's see. Monero's doing quite well. Basically, I mean, pushing that upper boundary, right? Like, this is like early volatility, okay, but I mean, Monero is overall in an uptrend versus Litecoin over very long time frames. It's not massively uptrend, but it is, and that's amazing if you think about it. The fact, like, you compare these two coins launched at the same time, competing use case. Litecoin allegedly has privacy now with Mimblewimble. Maybe not. No one uses it, so probably it's the same problem with like with Zcash, where you get in and out of the shielded pool and you leave all these heuristics behind. And I don't hear anyone really talking about using Litecoin privacy, and the darknets definitely don't. So anyways, the point is that you have these two coins of competing use case launched around the same time, and Monero is winning, right? Monero is price winning against Litecoin. How is that? It's been delisted. It has all these problems, all these negativisms against it, negative prevailing headwinds, and you've got Litecoin, the Diet Pepsi of Bitcoin. And it's like, oh, they got the
Diet
marketing.
Pepsi of Bitcoin. That's funny.
And so it's like, how is Monero beating it? Well, because we have actual organic adoption. That's why, because people actually use Monero, because people realize like that Monero is the real deal and a good coin. And Litecoin just has all of these like pumpamentals, maybe not pumpamentals, but it's got all of the support from the corporate structure and the pre-mining and all that. And, you know, kind of, I mean, the pre-mining, it wasn't pre-mined, but, you know, there is a centralized supply that was, you know, based on ASICs and Charlie Lee. We won't get into all that. But anyways, so I think it's interesting that two coins with this competing use case, that Monero is basically largely overall winning, you know, slowly, but winning. I don't know. Maybe we could call this range bound. You would almost want to call this range bound because the timeline has become so long, but it's range bound with higher lows at every single point. Like every single time we're making a higher low as the years go by. And at some point, this chart is going to push up against this level, this boundary right here, and we're going to get on the top side of that, and we'll be doing that instead of ranging beneath it. So that's almost certainly going to happen. You know, it still could take a couple years, but it's going to happen, like just based on the way that chart is and based on the dynamics of the market. Okay, take a big breath, refill. Talking like Ace Ventura over here. I don't have enough breath to say all of the things I want to say in one sentence, run-on sentence. Okay, so Bitcoin USD has, okay, so we've basically, as of the Gray Monday, has tagged the lower, has tagged the moving average cluster right around here. There's that 73,500 level that was the previous all-time high, the swing high. We said, yeah, you know, it's in terms of just general market movements and general bull markets, you set a new all-time high, you bleed out for a minute, or you don't bleed out, you consolidate, you come up, you pump, you expect that you want to test that one more time. You want to establish that and say, yeah, no one thinks it's going lower. That was support. And then you want to see the market do that. I'm not saying the market's going to do that. I don't think it's going to do that just yet. I think it's going to take quite an extra amount of time for that to happen. But just in terms of chart analysis, you would kind of want to come touch that previous all-time high. So for the bulls out there, establishing this as a floor would be a good thing. Whether that's actually established as a floor, we have yet to see. At the moment, to me, this chart looks like it's still ranging in the lower standard deviations, right? So price broke down right here. We've got the orange bands, right? The orange band cluster is right here. And then it sort of ranged in this orange band cluster, broke down. It's like, I'm going to get back into it, but it could easily just break down again. Like this chart is not clear about whether it's done going down or not. So yeah, just know that. It could go up, right? It could go up. It could recover. Like for all I know, Bitcoin could come up here to the top side. I'm going to tell you guys, just expect volatility from here on out. Okay. We've seen it. We've got the Trump coins. We've got the rugging, the fake news that actually wasn't fake news, the take backsies, and all of the reneging on the negotiations. And I mean, it's just know that all of that is uncertainty. And markets are going to vacillate, and insiders are having a heyday, and congressmen are getting even more filthy rich than they already were. So just the name of the game now is volatility. You could probably even trade it. I'm going to say volatility with downside movements overall. So you could be looking to short. Like once you get to, like, if we get some mega pump, like here's a good example. Let me show you something that I would actually probably do. If Bitcoin somehow in the next few weeks mega pumps to these upper standard deviation bands, if it pumps to that level, I am shorting, right? I'm getting short there, and maybe I get liquidated, but I'm not even putting a stop loss. I'm taking a big short with whatever leverage I think would be reasonable, and then hoping for another downside movement there. Like that's just how I'm going to play that. It'll be worth a punt at that point. Because again, you know, my overall thesis is that this isn't over, right? The macro situation is still highly problematic. And I don't think this thing is over. And I think that it's good to look for opportunities in this market, and there should be some big ones. So for the meantime, we're probably continuing to see Bitcoin dominance have some upward pressure here. I don't know if that's going to be like spiky pressure, or if this is like maybe going to fizzle out here and then try a downside move. It would kind of make sense, you know. So just from a pure TA perspective, again, sort of brainstorming with you guys live on air, because we have these very long standard deviation bands. Let's go to the weekly, and you'll see this a little bit more clearly. This chart becomes a little bit clearer. Bitcoin dominance has been on quite a tear, right? That is quite a big movement, and it is now encountering these upper standard deviation bands. That is not like a hard resistance, it's a zone of resistance. So if we think that the markets are like, hey, it's going to be okay, he's just negotiating, then people might be like, all right, alt season again. You know, maybe we get a wick down, right? Maybe there's a wick down here under the presumption of alt season, and then 90 days comes up, and they're like, oh no, shit, go back to Bitcoin, right? So that could happen. I do like that the Bitcoin dominance chart maybe sort of corroborates the notion of the fake news of recovery that's not actually happening, right? The fake, I don't know, it's all fake and gay, whatever. Onward we go.
Trump wants to make America great again. He needs to give us a giga altcoin pump season. Let's go.
Giga pumps.
I'm ready.
Speaking of gigas, let's look at the mining difficulty hash rate. The gigas are about the same as they've always been, hovering between 4 to 5. Looks like Monero gigas, which is great because for the longest time, the hashes were somewhere in the like 3 giga range. So giga hashes have gone to 4, maybe 5 almost. Beautiful. Fantastic.
It's always nice to see this general uptrend, assuming it's not adversaries.
Yeah. Well, even if they are adversaries, depending on how adversarial they are, it might not. Like, no, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah, like hypothetically, if it's the government,
need to be a single adversary. If it was multiple ones, they could all be competing for the 51%. And then that would be great if there's a lot of adversaries and they're all competing, because if they're competing with each other, well, none of them are gonna have a 51%. Right?
When your enemy fights your enemy, Monero's hash rate goes up. Apparently,
somebody asked about fart coin. I want price targets for fart coin, and somebody asked if it was real. You sweet summer child.
Fart coin is definitely real.
It's definitely real.
And it's probably on multiple chains, whether they're the same coin or you probably have to wade through all of the fart coins. I bet there's a whole, I don't know, armada of them. So be careful that you want to make sure that you buy the real fart coin. You don't want to buy the fake knockoff fart coin.
No, only the real one. It's the stinkiest. It smells the worst. We got a super chat here. Sheldon tipped $1. Bawdy tucks after obeying Sunita's $1 million voice telling me typing Monero talk into CakeWallet to send a tip. What can you tell me about unstoppable domains? Can I pay for a domain with Monero? Is there an other Web3 registered like Unstoppable? So that depends entirely on what like TLD you're buying, which is the top level domain. So unfortunately you can't pay for Monero for any of them. We tried to get them to take Monero, and they just weren't really interested. They're just not that cool. However, I will say the .xmr unstoppable domains are cool because you pay once, you own it forever. It's a smart contract that you can withdraw to your own non-custodial Ethereum or Polygon wallet, and you own that forever. And you can assign a Monero address, a Bitcoin address, basically whatever you want to that domain. And you can type that domain in on CakeWallet, and if you have a Monero address, well, it'll pull up your Monero address automatically. So that's kind of how that works. And I do recommend the .xmr domains because you don't have to renew them. You buy them once, you own the contract forever.
Nice. I don't really know much about that. I don't have any domains. My domain is shitcoining and trading degeneracy, sir. Good answer, though. Nice. Okay, so Monero transactions. Looking at 30,000, 25,000, still a little bit of vacillation here. We kind of took a dip this week. Kind of weird. So when the markets crashed and Monero bros were just like, do not sell. They were just holding steady as a rock. That's the only way to explain that dip. There's no other possible explanation. If anyone tells you that there is, tell them to pound sand. All right. Just kidding, honestly.
True. BCH pumping actually a lot.
Oh, yeah, that was right. This one right here. So BCH in lime green. Looks like the green ones are pumping today more than the others. So, yeah, BCH doing its thing. I don't trust BCH. I don't trust, like, it's all the same problem with the Bitcoin ASICs. You've got this, like, big centralized supply. A lot of the early coins were lost. So the ASIC people are the ones that have the BCH. And the price does these, like, crazy big pumps. Like, I don't see Monero doing that, right? So like if BCH is a threat to the establishment, why doesn't its price dynamics have similarities to Monero? I don't think that it does. Although it has gone down a lot, it has more similarities to coins that have a very large pre-mine or very large centralized holders that are always trying to maximize value by distributing those coins when they're able. I've seen that on the BCH price, but I haven't seen like the dynamics that Monero tends to exhibit. So I don't know, maybe I'm just being salty would be the wrong word because we're kind of winning against BCH, you know, slow and steady. But I don't know. I never really enjoyed that coin too much. I just felt like the social loss was too much when they supported fake Satoshi. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they come back. I respect that they've done so much work over the years, right, to make that coin something that's significantly better probably than what Bitcoin actually is. So, you know, at least I can tip my hat to them in that regard. All right, let's go to the macro. Everyone probably is excited that their gold bags are just crushing it, guys. It's insane. This is I didn't expect gold to perform this well, but you know, this is why you hold the asset, right? I like the coin. And it's at this point, I can't see how it's not going to go for this area right here. Right? Gold is going for 3,500 at the moment. It's smashed past so many of the other levels. And like right now, so for example, we talked about this purple line for a long time right here. And gold is basically in that purple line. Maybe here's what I need to do. I need to change the filtering on this. Let's just make that 30.
Kept forgetting to buy gold. Oops.
Damn, too late now. I mean, maybe it's not too late, but it's kind of too late.
I still have my gold backs though. Unfortunately, because they're gold backs, you get only a certain percentage of the gold value based on their actual value.
Yeah. Yeah, they trade. They actually like the value that they trade at is like twice the price of gold typically, if I remember correctly. Let me increase this the brightness of the purple lines. Yeah, because these guys are relevant now. So effectively, gold is coming up into these purple bands right there. And typically, this is a place that you would expect some resistance, but given the way the gold chart is looking, the way that it's been moving, it could very well just be a temporary place where gold kind of does like this for a second. You know, maybe it pulls back and then it does this again. In fact, I would almost expect it to sort of ride that shit up until we get to that purple band up there. This is where you have to be really careful when you make when you make trading view scripts, because you'll notice something that happened here. The purple line is actually at 3,500. It's not at 4,000. The difference is the way that you calculate things on the basis of closes and candles and how many candles back trading you can go. So we're looking at the weekly. So it calculates on the basis of the weekly close. But when we go to the daily, what you get is a lot more fine-grained information that affects the calculation of this line. So yeah, that's like an artifact of just the way the calculation is done. So the real line, and I actually missed this one. So I was looking at multiple different lines and I was like, wait, which one is it? Because I hadn't realized what the artifact was. And anyway, so the real line here is 35. At the moment, gold is shooting for 35. By the time it gets there, it'll probably be closer to 36. And at that point, again, that's the point that I'm personally probably rotating. And I'm really, really hoping, like, I would love to see something where gold actually takes its time getting there, right? Does something like this, maybe like midsummer. And then perhaps like the situation on the macro is looking like it's turning down, which gold will turn down with the rest of the macro, like in a broad crash. Although it has defied that notion so far. But at some point, if there is a true, like, big, like, major crash, 2008 style, you know, it's over, boys. Then gold's going to go down with it for at least a short period of time. Anyways, the point is that this is my personal level where I'm going to be rotating out of gold and into something else. Hopefully, maybe it could even be the case that everything just looks ugly and I don't end up doing that. And I'm like, gold's going to crash, but I just don't want to be in anything else, not even the dollar. I've got enough of those. So, anyways, yeah, gold doing great. I don't have anything to say about this chart other than yay and congratulations to everyone that holds gold. Let's take a look at oil, right? Because oil is this asset that kind of tells you what the institutions think about the global economy. And at the moment, you know, we're in the red zone, guys. Right? We talked about red zone here. This is red zone territory. Wait, no, sorry. Let me rephrase. This is yellow zone territory. We're on the border between red zone and yellow zone right now in terms of the oil price. What this tells you is that the speculators and the institutions that trade gold prices, they expect a slowdown in the global economy. They expect that people aren't going to need as much shipping probably because of tariffs are going to raise prices. People are going to buy less. So there's going to be fewer shipping needs, less diesel to power those boats or ships. If you're in the Navy, they get very upset if you call them boats. They are ships. It will require less oil to power the global economy if the global economy is going into recession, which it is. So the oil price remains stuck down here at like $60 a barrel. Realistically, this chart is probably headed down to the $45, maybe $50 area. But perhaps it could get a bounce, right? Like, again, you get big bounces even during bear markets. So perhaps oil could come up to the underside of these lines, which have already started curling down. This is classic, classic rollover action. And then it'll continue its way down. So we'll let those, we'll let those tea leaves show us what they will show us as the price unfolds. But effectively, the things still look bad, guys, right? Things, shit's all retarded and everything just looks bad. Let's go to the Dixie. So one of the reasons gold has been pumping so much is because the dollar index, the dollar has been weak. And the dollar has been weak for obvious reasons, because everyone's sort of like either expects some kind of intervention, J-Powell's going to have to lower rates, and then, the 90-day pause. And so they really people probably expect that, hey, the dollar is going to do the printing necessary to keep the, to keep the markets going or whatever. So anyways, dollar index has fallen significantly, actually below like some key levels. So we get this horizontal level, and then we could also drag this down here. And the dollar index is effectively flirting with just like breaking down totally to go to a much longer term support line that's like, this is literally like a decades long support line. So this guy right here. In fact, I would be surprised at this point if the dollar index doesn't make it down there. So probably we'll see some dollar weakness over the coming weeks. Or coming months, right? Ultimately. Reverse repos, obviously. So reverse repos have come back down. So it's like there was this big spike, there was the fear, and then they came back down. I would like to have said, hey, people are buying bonds, right? But people are selling bonds. And actually, the speculation here is that, actually, before we talk about bonds, there's a comment by Mr. Anderson. He says the oil cartel could reduce oil production to keep the price as stable as they can. My assumption is they actually don't want to keep the oil price stable. I think that they want to fuck with the oil price, and I think they're trying to fuck with Russia. I think that's part of the mechanism there. Like the day that oil was crashing, like the day after that, I think the Saudis or some big oil producer came online or got onto the news, and they're like, we're gonna quadruple our production or something like that. They like pumped up those numbers pretty big, and that also contributed to the oil price falling. So it's like there's some geopolitics happening here in the background. There's like this kind of mash of stuff. Don't get me wrong, they're all kind of like part of the same club, if you will. But they have friendly duels. They compete for power, and they cooperate when they need to. So they're frenemies. They work together. They have gentlemanly conflicts. They have gentlemanly proxy wars where they murder millions of people in their proxy wars, or at least hundreds of thousands in their proxy wars. And then they sit down and they go to dinner and they have a nice dinner and they discuss the terms of peace. And this is how gentlemen's play this game, apparently. I didn't know gentlemen's could be plural, but apparently it is. Now it is. Anyways, so the bonds have been pumping here. So bonds have been pumping, and why, right? You would think, hey, people are getting out of bonds, right? Like they're scared. Well, for one, the market scare happened on Gray Monday, and then for a little bit of the week, and then the markets turned around on the 90-day pause. So what did people do? They sold their bonds and then they went to stock. So when you sell bonds, the rates end up spiking. The other thing is that China is reputedly dumping its bonds, right? So maybe China's like, well, screw you guys, we don't want to hold your stupid treasuries anyways, and so they're selling now. They're selling American bonds onto the market, dumping them. So this could be an explanation for why we see a little bit of a spike here. But, let's zoom out here, right? Let's compress and zoom out and ask ourselves, is this really a huge, crazy movement? Not really. Like, yeah, it's on the upper end of the volatility you see in bonds, but it's not like excessive volatility. So it looks to me like for the meantime, markets are probably slightly somewhat stable. All right. So I'm not saying that it's going to crash tomorrow, but I think we are looking at the long kiss goodnight, right? This shit's going down. It's just going to take a long time to get there. And it seems like there's going to be a lot of value extraction on the way down. Seems to me like that's just going to be the name of the game. So if you want to do your own value extraction, just know that that's probably the market regime that we have entered now, that we have officially entered, where it's just going to be volatility and news events and retardation and value extraction. So just know now that like that's probably how things are going to play out here over the coming months. So that's one thing. Like people, like you might like people can be good traders under certain market profiles or a market regime, and then the profile changes, right? The regime of how the market is structured changes, and then their trading strategy goes to shit, right? And they're like, oh crap, I lost everything. So you have to understand when you get these like sea changes in the market, and that's what's happened here. We have gone from a certain market profile into another one now, and you need to adjust the way that you play these markets on the basis of that profile. It should pervade all of your thoughts as you're doing trades, right? Even it should even pervade your algorithmic trades. If you're kind of even algorithmic, bro. You're going to need to tune those algorithms now based on what's happening here in the market profile. You're going to have to think about that on your own time and how you might change your algos to make that work for you. We're not going to cover all of the nitty gritty on that here. I don't even know because I don't even algorithmic trade. So, please. Okay, we had some unemployment numbers that I missed last week where unemployment ticked up in February. This was expected, actually. The real question is this going to tick up on our next numbers? A tick above this current level is the foregone conclusion of a recession. Like, it's as simple as that. Once the unemployment ticks up above the current like flat top that we see here, it's a recession, guys. Like, it's a recession. It's going to be a recession. Maybe they'll try and hide it in some numbers. Maybe they're going to try and pretend like it's not happening. Maybe they'll delay announcing that it was a recession. That's like a typical thing that happens. Why do I say this? Partially because we have the GDP here is negative 2.85 from the last quarter. So not the last quarter as in January to March. We won't get those numbers for some time. I mean, the last quarter as in from October to January. So anyways, but that was a negative GDP. You can see that was actually quite a big spike down. I expect this to be negative for the next quarter as well. That just makes too much sense. So I think with that, I don't think there's really too much else to talk about here. Hopefully you guys have an idea of, my view here on the market, effectively that it's a new profile, it's a new regime, it's volatility, it's value extraction. The direction is still down overall between here and say, I don't know, fall. But some of the biggest pumps happen on bear markets. So is it a bear market? I guess you could call it a bear market. It feels weird to say that. But it's very problematic. So just keep that in mind. Good luck out there.
Thank you, Bawdy. Got another tip from Sheldon. Tux, could I hold my super cool .xmr swappable domain NFT in my CakeWallet? Yes, you can. If you use Ethereum or Polygon. And yeah, it is ironic that they sell a .xmr TLD and they don't accept Monero. It's not what we wanted them to do, but is what is. But yeah, thanks, Bawdy, for the in-depth overview on the Trump troll.
That's
I don't know what to call this.
That'll be the title.
The Trump
that'll
troll.
be the title of this segment this week. Bro, wait. So did I just hear you correctly? You can buy an XMR unstoppable domain over Ethereum layer 2 Polygon?
That's correct.
Interesting.
Now that's like how all of their TLDs work, is that it's an Ethereum like smart contract. And of course you can offload it to an L2 like Polygon. But the part that's annoying is that they offer a .xmr TLD, but you can't buy it directly with Monero. You can only use EVM based coins, I think. Maybe Bitcoin too. Yeah, but you keep it forever. You buy once, keep it forever, versus some of the other ones is that you have to pay a renewal fee to the registrar, which is unstoppable. But the .xmr TLDs, if you purchase a domain that's a .xmr, you basically just buy the contract and it's lasts forever, never expires. So
wait, help me understand something. I thought Handshake was doing TLDs. Can you get an XMR .xmr TLD over Handshake?
Is that another Ethereum like
no,
TLD?
Handshake protocol is like a totally separate blockchain. They launched and they said, hey, we don't want to overlap with any of the existing TLDs. They actually reserved them for all of the ones that exist. And then they said, we just want to offer new ones. And they have the recursive. They offer, I don't know, like your purchase of the coin is the purchase of the TLD. And it was this whole thing. They fair launched and everything. It was pretty interesting. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd say probably not then if they're trying not to overlap. Unstoppable domains is the one place you can get a .xmr, at least right now.
It should blow people's minds just a little bit, the extent to which Ethereum layer 2s are doing volume and like doing stuff. I know Ethereum price is dying and all the maxis are like, oh, and everyone's like, oh, it's a scam and it's dying. Look at the price. It's like, yeah, but it's actually, it's doing all the layer 2 stuff y'all claimed it was going to, that Bitcoin would do since forever. It's actually doing it. It's just destroying. It's orders of magnitude difference volume happening on these layer 2s. And it's actually for like interesting stuff like TLDs, right? Or there's even trading platforms on there now that are like they're algorithmic trading platforms. You put like it's literally a transit, like you put the transaction in, and that represents a contract between you and like some counterparty in terms of Oracle reported prices on a whole like bunch of different assets, not even just crypto assets. Like you can get commodities. You can trade foreign currencies, right? Like you could trade the US dollar versus I don't know, like the British pound or whatever on some of these platforms, and they use oracles to report those prices. Now, yeah, I know. I mean, could the oracle fuck the price over and screw your trade? Yeah, I mean, sure, but nonetheless, it's happening. Like all of those things are happening right now on Ethereum layer 2s, and I know the price is down, but the volume is up and the usage is up.
Is there a gold token that you would recommend?
I would hesitate to say I recommend it, but PaxG
Okay.
is like the most popular
PaxG.
one. Yeah.
Because it's like, if I want to throw a few, if I'm trying to like just buy a little bit of gold right now, it'd be so much easier if I could just throw a few bucks into one of these supposedly gold bag tokens, and then have it immediately instead of having to go actually like buy gold or I guess use one of the more controlled custodial solutions.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be inherently custodial. It's not because the token itself isn't custodial, but the contract is owned by Paxful, and they're the ones holding the they're the ones holding the gold that represents the value of the token.
Of course,
there's also Tether Gold out there. I'm trying to find it. I've seen it before. PaxG. I want to try and find. Surely there has to be a contract address for this. I have seen a contract address for this. Am I hallucinating?
How big is like the volume for Pax Gold?
I'm trying to look at it right now. I'm having a hard time. Like, so there's a Bybit perpetual contract. Let's just go to the crypto and filter by that. Usually what you'll see is like an Ethereum address. Like you'll see an ERC20 token address, but I'm not seeing it here. I guess I'll have to find it. I swear that I've seen it, like the actual like ERC20. Oh, here it is. Uniswap. Okay. PaxG versus so if you want to actually see all of the volume, like you'd have to add up the PaxG USDC volume on Uniswap v3, and then you have Polygon, right? So the layer 2s, you'd have to sort of add all these up, and that's obviously a little
yeah.
But we
so where is it mostly traded? It's like how are most people getting into PaxG?
Bro, I don't know at this point. Like I haven't looked at it in a while. You could get to you could do Ethereum layer 1. So right, if you're dealing with say 10K or more, I mean transaction fees are all pretty low right now, so you could probably just buy with smaller amounts, but they could go higher. So I probably would say, hey, 10K or more, you could buy on Ethereum mainnet as an ERC20 token. But then there's Polygon and Arbitrum and all these other different layer 2s. It looks like it was primarily Polygon. So if you wanted to trade smaller amounts of gold, you could do it over Polygon. Again, obviously, it's you're relying on the trust that Paxful or Paxos, I guess, is holding that gold. There's also Tether also has like a Tether Gold, right? So they've got their Tether USDT, whatever, but they also have a gold coin as well on Tether. I don't like Tether, but I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess they keep surviving, so maybe it's trustworthy. Anyway, so I'm sorry, I can't really answer your question as specifically.
No worries. So, Bawdy, I mean, you're saying 2000, potentially 2007, 2008 level of crash.
Yeah. I mean, that's we have to see like everything. Maybe
I mean, that's
kind of
like what I'm kind of I hate to phrase it this way, but kind of hoping for because I know a lot of people get hurt in the midst of that. But
let's go.
But I feel like it's one of those things, right? If too many people are expecting that, then that's obviously is not what happens. I
don't think too many people are expecting that, honestly, man. No. Like I don't see it out there. I think people are still all on the hopium train. They're like all of the MAGA people they're all like, yeah, Trump is master negotiator. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of economic problems, and then it's going to rebound, right, to the sky, to the moon, right? That's what they're all like. I don't think they're expecting a crash, like a total crash. Some people are. But I don't see that. I don't see that as a popular prevailing narrative at the moment.
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy, with the midterms coming up, right? Trump is going to have to try to make some moves to save that, unless he just completely gives the FU to the entire party and doesn't care that they get wiped out. But that's going to put a lot of political pressure on him to do things to try to prop things up and win back the market.
I mean, we're still easily like a year and a half away from that, though, right? Like, that's a lot can happen in a year and a half.
Yeah. Comes fast though. Comes fast. Like you can't let things go too far, right? And then there'll be no getting them back. So what do you see as being like the 2000? So when you say potential like 2008 type thing, so you see entire market going down another what like?
Which markets, like the S&P?
Like entire macro market, yeah, going down another 20%, 30%.
Yeah, basically.
NASDAQ.
Like, so for example, this this orange level, these orange bands would like be a really headliner spot. Things in a true like crash scenario, they could go lower than that, but that would be minus 43% on the NASDAQ, right? So that would be a pretty heavy loss. That would be pretty close to the 2008 levels.
And what do you think really, becomes the cause? Is it like a liquidity crisis, like something with the dollar? Everybody's like China's selling the dollar, drives the dollar down.
I mean,
like what?
so first you have to start from the perspective to understand that everything in the markets have been hyper financialized. Like they rolled the entire nation's mortgage structure into these like hyper financialized assets that they gambled on with 20x leverage, right? They did that in 2008 and they didn't stop. They papered over it, they recapitalized reserves, and then they expanded that operation, right? The derivatives market is, in the hundreds of trillions of dollars, that way beyond the actual amount of global wealth. Okay, so with that in mind, you have to realize that like they've leveraged the future as much as possible, the expectation of what things will become. They've tried to leverage that to the nth degree. And so when you get these like normal pullbacks, when you get like a normal recession or some kind of tariff war that's going on and causes uncertainty, et cetera, and then we get like a recession, like a regular recession, all of that unwinds to these massive degrees. So it's like, it's not that the economy is like utterly collapsing. It's just that the financials have to collapse because that leverage has been like so overdone that it has to unwind to some like level. And then because they've spidered that into everything, then you actually could see the economy collapse as a result of that, because of the way they've done the monetary system. So I know that's like a really like dancing kind of way to answer that question, but yeah, I mean, it's an economic collapse that sort of happens because of the hyperfinancialization and the spidering into the entire economy. Even though, like, if that wasn't the case, it could just be a regular recession, right? Like that could be the case. So, but no, I mean, I do this thing is like there's still the big problems. Like there's still the macro headwinds. China is still retaliatory tariffs on the United States, and the United States is massive, like 80 or 100% tariffs on China. So like our stuff's going to get more expensive. The global economy is like ridiculously interconnected, and so we can't just be like, oh, let's start producing paper in the United States, or let's start producing, cutlery in the United
that
States,
whole
right?
plan doesn't really make sense, especially like given that any factories that they should be building right now would be like robot based, right? Like unless they're like moving backwards, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's another good point, man. Like if they're going to build new factories in the States, guess what? It's going to be a lot of AI,
yeah,
or
exactly.
maybe not AI per se, but there's probably going to be neural network integration into that, plus all of the regular, like quote unquote AI that already exists, so the automation. They're going to be automated factories that don't provide like necessarily big, huge jobs, except for maybe the engineers designing it and the people that are building it. But these are not going to be like big, millions of people auto manufacturing. It's going to be like
Right, and
pretty
where are
limited.
you getting all the capital to build these factories when all the parts and everything is coming from these other countries, right?
Yeah.
Like how are we even building these robot factories, right? We're not going to start manufacturing all, like it's a chicken and egg problem too.
Yeah.
And then so like timing wise then, so you see this coming to a head, like you said, by the fall, you think would be like where we would be at the bottom of the market or something?
I say that mostly out of my bias for like having seen some fall crashes. There was the
Mhm.
2015 scare. There was the 2008, 2001. 2001 and 2008 got started in the springtime and then continued on down and had their like the true gasp moment where everyone thought, the world was ending, in like October or August or something. So I say fall, like, we got to play it by ear. We got to stay versatile. At the moment, they've got a 90-day pause. They got a 90-day pause on the on further crash, on like terrible, terrible crashes. So
Do you
okay,
think
we'll see where that goes.
Trump tries to kick Powell out?
Not. I mean, maybe, but right now, no.
I
Like,
could see
there's no
that
reason to do
happening.
that.
I could
It,
see
it
that
could
happening.
happen, but Jay Powell
Yeah.
had his back in 2020, right? Like, the Fed printed all of the money that Trump wanted them to print. It was not a problem. I mean, they tried to be like, hey, we're going to be responsible and we're going to dial back our balance sheet purchases or something like that. Back in 2018, there was the, what do they call it? The taper tantrum, where the Fed was going to taper their purchases on the balance sheet. But then they immediately like coalesced and like, oh, just kidding, let's lower rates now. and then the whole C word happened, and then they just printed all the money that Trump wanted them to. So like, I don't see any problems there for Trump, not in the immediate sense.
And I mean, and right now though, I mean, it looks like if anything, they have to start raising interest rates, right? Because they're tanking the dollar.
I mean, that's a short-term movement on the Dixie. They won't. The Fed typically isn't going to move on like a short-term drop in the value of the dollar, and it's not even in their mandate. To support the value of the dollar is not in their mandate. They talk about their dual mandate, which is to support employment.
And
What's the other one?
Prevent inflation and support
prevent inflation.
Yeah, like when you hear Powell talk, it's the same. Like they have these like 3-hour, Q&A, and it's the same question asked over and over again in a slightly different way to try to get more information out of him, and he just responds the same way. Well, I have a dual mandate and I have to lower. Like it's like you don't even get any information out of them because like it's pretty simple at the end of the day what they do, right? It's like they don't really have much wiggle room at all.
It was interesting for a while. During the bear market, it was really interesting because he was speaking between the lines, like in typical lawyer fashion, right? He was saying a lot of stuff without saying stuff. And that was interesting to listen to. For the past like 6 to 9 months, it has not been more like 18 months. Like for the past year or two, it has not been that interesting to listen to him talk. Because you're right. Yeah, he just says the same things over and over again. We're going to be data driven. We're going to wait for the markets to tell us
right.
We have responsibility. The projections are this and that. And you're like, okay, right.
Yeah. Like we want to do this, but we don't want to, increase unemployment because that's our mandate to lower it. But then we also want to lower inflation, but we don't want to do that too much. Like, yeah, it just kind of goes back. So, I mean, it seems like we're entering stagflation, right? If we're not there already. So what is then the likely thing that they will do?
They're probably not going to do much. They're not going to do anything until things reach a breaking point. Historically, that's been what the Fed does. Like they try to be really slow, really steady state. They've been not relevant for the economy basically for the past year or so. And then at some point they'll become relevant again, right? When they again, everyone's thinking the same thing. Emergency measures. Is shit going to crash? And if it does, they're going to have an emergency meeting. They're going to lower rates, probably restart their balance sheet purchases again to rescue the economy. That won't happen for some period of time. J-Pow is effectively, so this is like the reading between the lines that I just said. J-Pow is after the Trump victory day or whatever the hell he calls it, redemption day or something. Day. What's that? Liberation Day.
Yes. Liberated from our money.
Yeah. So after that, J-Pow gets on a big conference and he basically says, we're not going to do shit. We're going to wait until like, I don't know, something happens and then we'll have to act. And he said, yeah, and we've got room to act. Like, so if the markets are like really, really scared and shit crashes, we can come in there and like, lower some rates. We bought ourselves some room. He didn't say all that. Like I'm saying that, I'm embellishing what the lawyer said, but that's what he said. Like there's no, in my mind, like there's no question about it. Like he said all of that, but in a very like proper kind of fashion. So it's kind of at the point now where the Fed is starting to become slightly more interesting again, because J-Pow has to tell you, he has to like indicate things rather than saying them outright. And that's basically the things he has indicated. So he ain't going to do shit. Nothing's happening in terms of Fed policy changes at the moment. We'll have to wait for like some big market headliner movement before they actually really do anything of substance.
And we'll be here to watch it all happen. What would be fun though to watch Trump try to kick out Jay Powell, and I'm sure that would cause like repercussions in the market.
Well, I remember, this is why I had an idea that he was already gone. I remember towards the beginning of Trump's term, Jay Powell said that if Trump asked him to leave, he wouldn't. And then he later rescinded his comment. So I guess nothing has come of that yet.
Shit, I didn't hear that. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I love it. Why do they have to make the theater so entertaining?
To the degree to which like Trump potentially get rid of Jay Powell? Like, could he just like?
I guess it's questionable because the Fed's technically, the way it's set up is it's ridiculous. But also, I like all the comments of people saying, Trump's finally getting rid of capital gains tax because you will have no gains, so you won't pay any tax.
Yeah, no, he's getting rid of capital gains, not capital gains tax. He's getting rid of capital gains.
It's getting rid of
Can't
capital gains
have
tax
capital
through
tax
having
if
no
you don't
capital
have
gains.
capital gains.
Exactly.
I said I'd get rid of capital gains.
Yeah, I missed part of your guys' conversation on the industry tariff stuff. But like realistically, like okay, maybe one of the incentives of doing this is to bring industry to the United States, but that's like a small part of it, and that's not like the whole picture. Like really, if that was the only focus, they would need to be doing at least a couple other things: reducing regulatory and tax burden within the United States, and then also incentivizing export. So paying people to export with the tariff money that they're getting, right?
Mhm.
Once you
That's
see
an interesting one.
stuff more along those lines, if the real incentive was, because that's what they say it is, it's the incentive is just to bring industry back to America, but we know that's not the case. It's also maybe some other things going on, like maybe they'll trigger recession for Fed rate cuts, and then the U.S. government can refinance some of their debt. It's always something else, really, but.
Yeah, like they're definitely. I don't believe that manufacturing coming back to the United States is actually a real proposition on this. Although they're going to play it up. Like, so here's an example.
Yep.
For the past 6 years, they've been negotiating with TSMC to build some big factories in the United States. They created like a legislative subsidy, billions of dollars to TSMC, so that they'll come to the United
Was
States.
that like
and
the
build.
CHIP Act? Was that part of that?
Yeah, but they're under the Biden administration, believe it or not, and I think it even got started under like the Trump 1 administration. But I think those were just talks. But anyways, so yeah, like they're going to be like, well, we did the tariffs, and now TSMC built a factory in America to avoid the tariffs. Like, no. You already gave them billions of dollars of congressional subsidies. That's why they came back. The tariffs are like, you probably had to negotiate in spite of that for them to come back. But like, yeah, there's already like TSMC is already planning to move to the United States and build factories. But Trump is going to try and claim, and all his sycophantic supporters are going to try and claim that was the tariffs. Like, you already see the narratives. I already see them starting, and the false narratives starting. So,
yeah, I think it's I think it's a good thing, and I want to see industry in the United States. But if that was their actual focus, you'd be seeing more than just these kind of tariff game going on. There'd be even more incentives for industry to move back here.
yeah, exactly. It's a really hard, like it's a fundamentally difficult economic question thing to solve, because you have all this cheap labor across the world with much lower regulation. So it's like way easier just to build a shitload of factories in poor countries, have them manufacture the stuff, and then ship it here. That's an underlying economic reality that's really difficult to fight against, and it has nothing to do with tariffs. Like, maybe slightly a little bit, but like even if there was no tariffs, that would still be the situation. Even if the United States had big tariffs and the other countries did not have tariffs, it would still be the situation that it's a lot easier to manufacture stuff in other places and then ship the goods here. You're fighting against this underlying economic reality, and it's like, well, we need to change the fundamental landscape then, and that's going to be difficult to do as long as the United States gets to export its inflation as the global reserve currency to other nations. Like, that's always going to be an underlying reality there.
Yeah,
And
that's
these guys
probably the
know
biggest problem.
You need to make it cheaper to build an automated robot factory here than in China, which is really hard to freaking do, but that's effectively what you got to do, right?
We still have the materials problems, right? The raw materials, the processing, the integration, the single part that might travel across a border 2 or 3 times for various treatments. To get assembled into a larger part,
though, is regulation. Like, there's so much. Like, if you could get rid of regulations and make this like a pro-build country where anybody can start building any type of factory without jumping through a million loopholes and having to be some big established company that's politically connected. I mean, that's what America once was, and that's what we really lost. I know they're trying to do that, but I mean, there's just so much red tape. It's like, I don't know.
I don't think they are trying to do it though. They say they are, but I don't see it.
They're
Actually
trying to do, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that like we could just sit here and brainstorm. Like, here's all the things we could do, and they're not doing even the easy ones. Like, just get rid of the income tax. Like, okay, you want to replace it with tariffs? Fine, I'm fine with that. Replace the income tax with tariffs, but get rid of the damn income tax, right? Like, now maybe we could say that we're trying to change a thing that could bring some manufacturing back. But as long as the income tax remains and the tariffs are going up, that's tax on tax. So we're getting double tax now, and no company's coming to America when they're getting these kinds of taxes. So it's like, it's just hard to believe any of it.
We shall see, but yeah, things will certainly change if he gets rid of the IRS, gets rid of capital gains. That would certainly change things for sure.
I will have to begrudgingly accept the win if that actually happens and be like, all right, maybe they're doing something that's slightly not as bad as before.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard for you not to be excited and happy about that, right? They eliminate the freaking IRS.
I might have some words.
Maybe they get rid of the Federal Reserve. You know, I don't know.
No,
Like
no. It's not going to happen.
No, I mean, if we see gold like really drastically start to move up, maybe something is happening behind the scenes. Like, what do you think of that? I mean, gold is really moving here. I mean, it seems like there's some big transition happening behind the scenes.
It's probably the case that other countries are helping to drive that movement. I mean, you know, there's probably insiders that understand those movements are happening, so they're getting long gold. But there's probably a lot of other countries too, just like their central banks adding to their reserves, the people, whatever, et cetera. Like this is a global thing happening, right? Gold is pumping because there's global demand for it.
And then overall, Bawdy. So like if things, you know, we go into some kind of 2008 type of crash, gold continues to go up as it becomes the only safe haven. Do you see Bitcoin also acting as a safe haven in that scenario, or it goes down with the broader market, goes down with the NASDAQ, whatnot?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I feel like Bitcoin is so integrated into the financial landscape that it probably goes down. I mean, I also think gold will crash with like the real, like if the big crash, you know, the big one, like October 2008 or whatever, or September 2000. Like if that comes, gold's going to crash with everything, but it'll be temporary.
Where does the money then go in that scenario? That's where I don't understand. Like, where is it going at that point when nothing?
It's a woozy, it's a wazi. It doesn't exist. It's not fucking real. It has never landed.
It's removed from
Fugazi.
Like somebody just took an eraser out and took it off the ledger. Like it just eliminated. Like where does that value go when it's not going to any other?
So it's more like, okay, so the way to think about it, like the mathematical answer to this is that when you buy $1 worth of Bitcoin, for example, the market cap of Bitcoin increases by more than $1 as a result of your purchase. It's like there's some exponential in that function in the way that money flowing into assets changes its market cap. And then so it works the same in the reverse. So when people sell the S&P and the NASDAQ and they sell their gold or whatever, that market cap hit, maybe they took out $1 trillion was taken out of the market and people fled to the safety of cash or perhaps bonds. The market caps of those things decreased by more than $1 trillion because of the way that market caps work. So like market caps are somewhat inflated expectation of the actual wealth of stuff. But it's like, it's sort of, I don't know, maybe it's like, and I haven't really thought about it too deeply, but this could be like an epistemological problem with the way that we measure the value of things, because there's no other way to measure it except for relative to something else. And so it's just like this market cap deflation, the destruction of wealth, the elimination of wealth. You know, if like you really wanted to try and put a better finger on it, you would need shitloads of data, but you would say, okay, where did that money flow? How did the market caps of things change? And then subtract the difference between the market caps, the quote unquote market cap of stuff that still exists, minus that which was lost. And then you could say that was the actual amount of quote unquote value lost, but it's also, again, mostly an artifact of how market caps change on the basis of value flows. Really, I don't know if that makes much sense, but.
And so in that situation though, so do you think US cash is the best store of value in that instance? Or I mean, it seems like it's not like things could turn around, right? Like, because what's happening with China, you know, some new store of value arises. People don't trust the gold, you know, the US dollar anymore. And
cash is
something else arises out of it.
Cash is the best store of value over short-term timeframes. Like that's kind of, even though the system is designed to devalue cash over long timeframes, it is basically the best store of value over short timeframes. And that's the whole point of currency, is that, hey, I can get out of something. It's highly liquid. I can move billions, trillions of dollars if I need to in and out of cash to go to something else without really affecting too much the value of that currency, of that money. That's the whole point of currency. And even though the system is set up that long-term cash in general, fiat, is going to decrease in value, the trade-off is that, it's the liquid thing that holds value in the short term. Better than Bitcoin.
We shall see. We shall see. Thank you so much, Bawdy. We'll keep it moving.
Cool.
Do we have Tony for news? Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah, we do. All right. Thank you so much, Bawdy, as always.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Bawdy, man. Yeah.
All right, moving on to the news segment.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Tony,
Hey guys,
how's it going, Tony?
good. And just just another week of lots of news. It's crazy.
Hold on to that Monero, man. Don't let go.
Yeah, it's so stable. And I'm so curious of how. Hey Lucifer, hey guys. I'm so curious of how Monero is gonna react to all these things. It's just so stable.
Well, we had Arctic on last week talking about how Monero can flip Bitcoin in the bear market, in some brutal bear market, if it, so who knows? But I think,
I doubt, but always can have some hope.
yeah. I mean, that would be wild. That'd be wild. I think that's like kind of ultimately what a lot of us think in the back of our minds is how things could play out. But I don't know. That would that would be wild. Make for one hell of a Monerotopia show, though. The day we
That'll
watch
be a huge
Monero
3-hour
cross Bitcoin in market cap.
That's gonna be a 3-hour Bawdy video.
Yeah.
For our news segment. But inevitably, I think it's coming. Just because like we know Bitcoin doesn't work in the long term, and there's a lot of issues. And we'll actually talk about Michael Saylor and how he can default on his Bitcoin, and in his latest SEC filing, he can actually sell all his Bitcoin.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, it's crazy. But let me share my screen.
Yeah, take it
Yeah,
away.
we have a
take it
lot
away.
of good stuff.
Yeah, I sent you a bunch of links, and I'm sure you added your own twist thing. So I think it's a big news day.
Yeah, we have a lot of good stuff. I think in the first half, I'm just going to talk about Monero stuff, and then we're going to get into different kind of topics, I guess more political. But the first thing, and maybe we have more like newer listeners as well, so I said to talk about this for a bit. Does Monero have a future? And this person asked on Reddit, as someone who was just about thinking about buying Monero, I've quickly realized that it's not tradable on a lot of the big exchanges, which actually we'll talk about it. I think I have a couple articles about this. I like the idea that Monero is a private, something I think we all have thought once was the whole initial idea of all cryptocurrencies, but soon learned they're far from private, right? So does Monero really have a future? For someone that doesn't own Monero right now, do you think it's worth acquiring some? If so, what's the best way to buy it in the UK, and what is the best cold storage paper wallet? So that's a very, very good post. And essentially, yes, I would say Monero does have a future, because regardless of whether the future is dystopian, and actually somebody put it kind of nicely in the comment section. The person said, let me turn the question upside down. Do you think anything but a private digital cash has a future in this dystopian world? But regardless of whether the future is dystopian or not, we still need a form of cash that is private, that nobody can see what you're doing. So we can have a very, very benevolent government, but I still want I still want opaque walls in my house. I still don't want people to see. I don't want transparent walls. I still want to have my own privacy. I don't want people to see what I'm doing, regardless of whether you're a benevolent person or not. So in this case, yes, Monero does have a future because of the privacy, and also it's just sustainable on the long term. With the telemission, we don't cap it, so we don't have this whole what's going to happen once the last Bitcoin is going to be mined, the fees and everything. You can use it as cash. You can use it to store. It's pretty stable right now. It's going to be a lot more stabler in the future. So yeah, I think I'm not gonna tell you go and buy it. Do you make your own decision? I can't tell you, just go and pump our bags. But yeah, make your own decision. But that's what I would say about it. I would say Monero has a future, and plus it's just getting better and better. We're gonna get huge updates coming soon. So yeah, I love Monero. I actually found a picture a couple of days ago of my Twitter profile a couple of years ago when I had the laser eyes as my profile picture. God, it's so cringe. But yeah, I was hardcore into Bitcoin, and then I just read more into Monero when there were a lot less resources than we have today, and I just converted to Monero. I love Monero. I love what it does, and I love the way it's growing. So, and that's why I'm here. Now, let's talk about the Bitcoin subreddit. And just if you have anything, like if you try to change the mind of Bitcoiners, just don't go to the subreddit on Bitcoin, because you're just gonna get banned. No matter if you're being polite. I mean, I assume most people are polite, but you're just gonna get banned. Like this person just asked, is Bitcoin still decentralized? and he just got banned. So if you have any objections in the Bitcoin subreddit, unless you wanted to glorify it and whatever, do that. But if not, don't even bother. Unless you want to get banned, unless you want to have that as a trophy. That can be a trophy, getting banned from the Bitcoin subreddit, or getting banned on X by certain people, like the Zcash guy, founder, Zucko. That can be a trophy. Yeah. Now, quick FCMP++ optimization competition. So, officially announcing a contest to optimize two libraries used in Monero's proposed upgrade to FCMP++, Helioselene and EC divisors. And the winner for Helioselene will receive 100 Monero, and the winner for EC divisors will receive 250 Monero. This Monero will be paid out from the Monero General Fund. The contest will be open for submissions Monday, April 28th, and will stop accepting submissions Monday, June 30th. So if you think you have the skills, or if you know somebody that has the skills, share, and let's get a competition going. It's exciting. Now let's talk about Exodus. I actually used to have Exodus, and I think I used to have my Monero on it like years ago, a long time ago. But yeah, they said the current XMR experience no longer meets the standards we hold for usability and reliability in our wallet. So again, they said, put simply, after a careful review, we found out the current XMR experience no longer meets the standards we hold for usability and reliability in our wallet. As a multi-asset platform, it's important to us that every supported asset offers a smooth and dependable experience, and unfortunately, we can no longer uphold that bar for XMR. So, but the person said, so all the shitcoins you all support offer usability and reliability.
That's really funny, but it's also not the reason why. That's just what they're. I guess that's what they're publicly saying. That's the first time I saw that. But that's definitely not why they're removing Monero.
Yeah, I've heard. I think somebody said Exodus was recently listed on NYSE, so maybe that's why the pressure to delist Monero could be.
It was a decision that they made based on what they're trying to take the company to, being more of a finance-based company.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so I guess going the Coinbase trajectory, they're definitely not going to have Monero on the platform.
Definitely not.
Yeah, but so Exodus will be ending the support for Monero, but they recommended that users migrate to CakeWallet. So if you have been using Exodus, then you can migrate to CakeWallet. And CakeWallet has been around for quite some time. First open source wallet on iOS in 2018, and it's just an easy to use, aesthetically pleasing app with awesome developers, awesome people. So if you're looking to get a new wallet, we recommend CakeWallet. That's the one that we use, and that's the one that I really like as well. It's just very easy to use, and it has so many features. So yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to see that Exodus is removing Monero, but it is definitely, from a business standpoint, it's definitely a win for us. We've gotten a shit ton of downloads from this week for people switching from Exodus, as CakeWallet's the official recommendation from Exodus for people who have Monero now. So if you use Exodus on Android or iOS, you should have received an update which then tells you to, or recommends you to, download CakeWallet if you have a Monero wallet enabled already. So,
and there was a due date, I think, was it May? I think the beginning of May. I think you have like a month to transfer your funds or something.
Yeah, before they remove Monero support entirely, I guess. So
yeah, so if you guys have anything on Exodus, any Monero, make sure that you get it out. BD asked, what happens when Cake goes down?
Tux, do you have any good insight as to why Exodus delisted Monero?
I did mention, I don't know if you heard. I mean, I don't know specifically why, because I didn't actually talk to any of the people themselves, but Exodus is becoming a more financial-based company, probably doing custodial stuff. So removing like Monero, and I think they removed a couple other things too, was just like a part of that. Obviously, Monero is not illegal or anything, but they were just like going out of their way to remove it. I guess it looks bad having that as an option, maybe in like the trajectory of where they're trying to go with their company. So that's about the most I can say about it. But it's definitely not because of the user experience.
Do they just have Zcash?
I can check.
I don't think,
Exodus,
but I can look
Zcash.
real quick.
And I think
they do. Yeah, Zcash will be going away also. So Monero and Zcash. And then possibly another.
Away?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Those are both going away. So, and then possibly another thing, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But once again, we get a lot of cool new people on. Like, they have a pretty massive user base overall, and a pretty decent chunk of that are Monero users. So we get a lot of new people coming to Cake. So that's really good for us.
I'm surprised they're delisting Zcash. Like, you have a backdoor, you can use it. It's not that private. But I guess, yeah. I wonder, do they have any other, quote, privacy? Yeah, I guess I'll check after. As long as Zcash is going away. All right. Now, let's watch this video. Essentially, there's a new Monero accepting food truck in Jordan, and this guy is sending him some Monero, and he's also showing you how easy it is to send money or Monero using CakeWallet. So let's watch it.
Quick and easy it is to send Monero, the untraceable cryptocurrency of the darknet, all the way from Lake Tahoe, California to the country of Jordan, where Mr. Donuts and Waffles has started a Kuno fundraiser to expand his business, to expand Monero adoption. He's making a food truck so that he can sell his donuts and waffles and food at parties and festivals in his country. No donations yet. Let's get this party started. Open in wallet is going to open CakeWallet really quick. I've got some dust in this wallet, so I'm going to hit all. Let's make a little note so I know what I did here. I'm going to go with dough from Homer Simpson. He loves donuts. And then hit done, hit send. Now CakeWallet is building the transaction and just going to swipe right. And there it is. We have sent money across the world easily, privately, in a decentralized manner.
That's so nice to see.
Yeah, very cool. We had the donut guy on here a couple of weeks ago.
That is the guy, right? Yeah, that is the guy.
Yeah,
okay.
So he does appear to be very legit. He's he's accepting Monero for his donuts. I don't know how many customers he's getting, but he's trying. He's getting the word out there, and so very cool to, I think, support him and help. Yeah, we saw him giving away a bunch of donuts to kids. He just seems like a good-hearted guy. So I think it's worthy of a donation.
And I guess if anybody speaks Arabic, right? Because we would like to have him back on the show, because last time we didn't get to, because his English is kind of limited. So I guess if anybody speaks Arabic,
yeah. So maybe
we'd like to help.
If his,
I might have a guy we can arrange.
Okay.
So just let me know.
Okay, let's talk about Haveno Mobile. So, okay, let's see. Okay, I'm happy to announce that a new Haveno Mobile app is in development. I'm developing this myself, and I'm building it from scratch in .NET. Maui Blazor is currently a standalone application, so no remote node is needed. There are some limitations with this, so the plan is to add an option for remote code. Currently, it works for Android, and then he wants to bring it to iOS and eventually to the desktop. But this is how it looks like so far. It looks pretty nice. So first, we're going to have it on Android, and then we're going to have it on iOS, and eventually, if there's demand, on desktop as well. But yeah, it looks nice. It looks cool, and it's definitely something that is needed. More easily accessible tool. Now, okay, let's watch this 1-minute video on Monero.
The banks control your money, where you can send it, if you can have it. We need something new. Something like cash, secure, private, unblockable, fungible, but also digital. Like Monero. Monero is money that cannot be stopped. It's like digital cash that you can send everywhere, person to person, with no intermediaries and no middlemen. Nobody can see your transactions or how much you have, and you're the only owner of your money. But careful, there are many cryptocurrencies, and most are scams. Only Monero is private and decentralized, trusted by millions of people. So, where to get Monero? You can buy it from the CakeWallet, or in online exchanges, or swap it from other crypto. Monero is made by the people. Monero is not a company product. Does not have a CEO or company employees. Freedom and privacy makes Monero the money of the people. Join us in this revolution.
That's a nice video. I'm so happy that there's so many resources nowadays. Years ago, we just had I think it's called Mastering Monero book, and I think a lot of us began that way, but now there's so many resources, so many videos, and it's also just easier to spend Monero nowadays. You can buy the gift cards from CakeWallet using Monero, XMR Bazaar. So there's also so many ways to use it nowadays too. Now let's talk about Saylor a little bit, and we're actually going to go directly on the latest SEC filing, and let's go to the top a little bit. So there we go. This is the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, Form 8K. And essentially, if we go on page, also it's quite, well, it does mention Bitcoin, but if we search for Bitcoin, it's funny how many Bitcoin mentions there are. It's also like a very big, it's 51 pages. But let's go to page number 47. And so it's written, we may be unable to service our indebtedness, which could cause us to default on our debt obligations and could force us into bankruptcy or liquidation. Our ability to make scheduled payments on and to refinance our indebtedness depends on and is subject to our financial and operating performance, which is influenced in part by general economic, financial, competitive, legislative, regulatory, counterparty business, and other risks that are beyond our control, including the availability of financing in the U.S. banking and capital markets. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just a bit more. If our cash flows and capital resources are insufficient to fund our debt service obligations, we may be forced to reduce or delay capital expenditures, sell assets, seek additional capital, or restructure or refinance our indebtedness. I'm not sure how this guy is sleeping at night, but essentially, in addition, our Bitcoin strategy anticipates that we may issue additional debt in future periods to finance additional purchase of Bitcoin. But if we are unable to generate sufficient cash flows to service our debt and make necessary capital expenditures, we may be required to sell Bitcoin. So if things go wrong, MicroStrategy is going to be in big troubles, and they would have to sell their Bitcoin. It's such a crazy thing that he's doing, and he's playing with just so much money and so much debt. It's just debt upon debt upon debt. It's crazy. I forgot what I think there's a price at which if Bitcoin goes to, then he has to default. I think I
Like
don't remember.
57K or something like that.
Wow. Well, that's not. Wow. It's not. Well, it could be possible. It's crazy. Now, guys, if you're looking to buy a new trading buy-sell signal, don't spend the money. It's all for free. Just look on Truth Social for when Trump is posting. So 3 hours before the 90-day tariff pause announcement, he said, "This is a great time to buy DJT." And a couple hours later, the markets were going up. So I guess like before, when he posted that, he'd make sure all his friends, they put the option calls. And then he posted this. It's crazy what he does. I wish he also says the other part, this is a great time to sell, not just buy. So I wish he said that when it was higher. This is a great time to sell. Then you put your puts, you write it down. But
Well,
as a president,
what's funny about this too is he ended it with DJT, which is like he's signing it, but that's also his stock ticker for Trump Media is DJT.
Oh, true.
So he's saying this is a great time to buy my DJT stock. It was pretty.
What he's doing is like Elon, but like you said, it's the whole like the whole global market. It's not that just Dogecoin or Tesla. He's doing it to the whole market. And yeah, you guys talked about the tariffs a little bit, but it's now there's tariffs, now there's a pause. You get more, you get less. It's like you said, like he has some dials and he's trying to fine tune it, see what he can do. Oh, it's what a time. What a time to be to be alive. And actually, since we talked about this, I'm gonna skip to this one about Chinese President Xi. And he said, for over 70 years, China's development has relied on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it is not afraid of any unjust suppression. Regardless of how the external environment changes, China will remain confident, stay focused, and concentrate on managing its own affairs well. And Xi responded to Trump's latest tariffs, which I think they're over 100% as of now, by hiking tariffs on American goods to 125%. So they both have over 100% tariffs on each other, as far as I know as of now, because things change so fast now. But
yeah, we do have some developments. So just happened a little while ago, I think during Bawdy's price report. I don't know if Bawdy brought it up. I don't think he did, but they just recently announced an exemption for smartphones and computers from new tariffs. So obviously that was like one of the bigger concerns, right? That iPhones would 3x in price. All the electronics that we receive from China that would be tariffed, all those costs would be passed on to the customer. So now they exempted electronics essentially from being tariffed from China. So that's certainly a big win for Apple. So I'm sure Apple's stock is skyrocketing right now.
It did go up.
Yeah, Apple was preparing for those tariffs. They had shipped 5 airplanes worth of iPhones to the United States very quickly on the news of the even further hiked China tariffs.
Okay, yeah, see, Apple's up like 4% right now.
But now with the this inclusion of those things being exempt, yeah, it'll be better for the tech companies for sure.
Yeah, I can just imagine what Tim Cook and all the other CEOs had to think. Like,
Tim Apple.
Yeah, Tim Apple.
I'm sure they paid their due. So.
Yeah, well, we got it's the whole thing is crazy. Like, yeah, okay, get the labor force, put it back in the US, but things will be more expensive because we can't pay them the labors that China does. I don't know. My thing is that Europe can't really have a say in this whole thing. It doesn't have competition to any of the US companies, big companies, but China does. It has a competitor for everything. Oof. They have their own Google, they have their own Uber, they have WeChat, you can do everything. But Europe is so reliant on US companies. So maybe now they'll kind of wake up a little bit and try to come up with their own innovation instead of relying so much. but I don't know. Lucifer said, "Our people need our listening spy phones." I mean, smartphones, right? They do.
Exactly. That was the fear. People won't buy the iPhones anymore. How are we going to spy on everybody?
Yeah, but it was interesting. People making all kinds of statistics of how much an iPhone is going to cost, how much the MacBook is going to cost, and all these things. Wow, so that news drop just came out today, like now?
Yeah, that just came out like an hour or so ago, which is
Wow.
yeah. I mean, people were buying iPhones. I'm sure, like the iPhone sales.
Yeah.
Probably,
Yeah, I bet a lot of tech stuff saw a small bump in sales of people anticipating prices going up, so everyone went out and bought the latest thing.
I had family talking about it actually. Oh, let's go and buy.
So in a way, it's
now
almost like
because-
Trump did a favor to the tech companies,
Yeah,
because it turns out,
100%.
oh, actually, they're exempt already anyway, so there was no need for this
Right.
panic.
After you got all these people to go out and buy your products, now you're announcing, oh no, they won't be tariffed anyway.
God.
So they'll see a nice bump in revenue.
Maybe that's why Tim Cook was silent on X. He didn't say anything because he knew that he'll be fine in the end.
Good news for the Noto though. I wasn't really even sure how that was all going to go down. So
The Noto will cost $5,000.
It looks like the Noto is now in the clear, guys. We are not adding a tariff yet.
10,000 Notos. That's funny. Now let's talk about Bobby. Now I don't know what to say about this. So I want your guys' input too. But essentially, here he talked about vaccines, and he said the most effective way to prevent and spread of measles is the MMR vaccine. And the guy who posted a picture said, "Hey Bobby, just blink twice if you're being blackmailed. This is damning." And then he posted a little screenshot which said, "Measles outbreaks have been fabricated to create fear that in turn forces government officials to do something," unquote. "They done inflict unnecessary and risky vaccines on millions of children." And that's in the measles book. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. What do you think,
Yeah, I
guys?
mean, basically the thing is he completely pivoted, right? So he went from where he was writing in his book on how the vaccines like this one in particular could be dangerous, like the risk isn't worth the reward, to now endorsing the vaccine and promoting that people take the vaccine and that's how we cure measles. And kind of his old take was measles isn't even that bad. It's about people needing to have making sure people have healthy immune systems in the first place, and then if they get measles, they should be fine. It's like if you look at the numbers, even now with this outbreak, I mean, the amount of people that die of measles per year, it's basically like one, effectively zero, right? So it's like, so is it worth getting this vaccine to prevent a virus that in the vast majority of cases won't harm you, and discounting all the potential negative side effects from the vaccine itself? We know vaccine injuries are real, and if anybody knows that better than anybody else, it's RFK. He's the one that kind of got the word out on that to the normies, right?
Yep.
And that's like kind of his claim to fame, and now he's completely pivoting on that in some way. People are trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and saying like, you just got to play ball for now, and then he's slowly gonna get back to his original agenda, which is educating people that we don't need all these vaccines, there's other ways. But it appears right now that he's going in the direction of more vaccines instead of less.
I do see that the forward is by him himself. Okay, so I do see that. I used to listen to him a couple, like during COVID, on his he had a bunch of interviews and he talked about vaccines, vaccine injuries, and all this stuff. Yeah, that's interesting. And I didn't see
I mean,
much
that was why I was most excited about the guy, right? Because of these takes that he had and this knowledge base that he had. And,
Yep.
it was very revealing, right? He really was the first one to really kind of tell the story in a way that was catching mainstream attention. This understanding that these pharmaceutical companies have an advantage over all the, the only type of company known to man where they're completely immune from liability, right? Congress passed legislation. It was like in 1986 that made these pharmaceutical companies immune from vaccine injuries, right? So they can if they cause vaccine injuries, you can't sue them. Like, where else does that exist, right? That is absolute corruption, right? That'd be like if you bought a new car and you drive it out of the lot and the brakes don't work, and then you can't sue the car company. Like, what other industry are you not allowed to sue for damages when there's, and that he exposed that. It was something that was kind of overlooked by many. He exposed that, made that mainstream. He exposed all the potential negative impacts that vaccines may be causing, the fact that the people doing the studies are incentivized to weigh in favor of the vaccines and not weigh against them. And then obviously all the scamdemic, everything we saw with that, and how the vaccine was pushed out with that without going through proper trials. He was really the guy. He was the talking head that was representing that side, and now he appears to have flipped, that's like, I don't know. I find it deeply disappointing, to be honest. Like, I don't know, where we ultimately land with all this vaccine stuff. My personal, I didn't get the COVID vax. I avoided it. I'm glad I avoided it. I've avoided my daughter from getting it. And I'll be honest, my kind of overall perception on vaccines has deeply changed since COVID and going down the rabbit hole, personally looking at things. And I was kind of hoping that RFK would lead the charge in basically relitigating vaccines, relitigating the pharmaceutical companies. Let's take away this immunity that they have from being sued for vaccine injuries. Let's create proper standards and properly research these things before we push them upon society, especially kids, babies, right? Like, anybody who's having a baby in this day and age, it's like within a day of its life, you're sticking a needle in its arm to inject it with something where we know there's toxins in it, right? And to be on the side of not wanting that, you're called the crazy person. So I was really hoping that narrative would start to change, and unfortunately, it looks like RFK is no longer fighting that good fight.
I was hoping it would change too. And besides what you said, and I agree, I was also excited about the food, because he used to talk about Monsanto and about all the things that they do to food, and that he was, he's going to change it. Now, it's only been a couple months, and I do hope he's going to make some bigger changes. But that's a really big issue, the vaccines and the food especially, because the food is making people so sick. I go to the store, and even like the bad food in Europe is not as bad as it is here. If you take a Twix bar or something, it has way more stuff here than there. And it's a really big priority, and I haven't seen much done about it. So yeah, I'm also kind of disappointed, besides all this thing that you said too.
Yeah. The food is something. So that's what they're saying, right? So that he'll focus more on that because that's less controversial, less likely that he would be suicided, right? If he goes after big food as opposed to big pharma. Although they're all owned by the same people at the end of the day, but I think they're more concerned about keeping their vaccine schedule than making sure we continue to eat the food dyes in our food. They're much more concerned that we stop getting vaccinated. Like, if that changes on a mass level, where people of like a large swath of society starts to become quote unquote anti-vax, that's a big problem for pharmaceutical companies. Arguably, they'd say that's a big problem for the world, and we're all going to die now of these diseases. But I don't know. Do your own research. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It used to be that like kids got like, I don't know, at most like, I don't know, 10 vaccines or something. Now they're getting like 70. It's incredible. And then you look at the correlation with a lot of the diseases that kids are getting now that they didn't get historically. There's definitely something there. We're definitely being exposed to more toxins in some form, and I think it's completely common sense to look at potentially vaccines as being where those toxins are coming from when we're injecting ourselves with something that's known to have toxins in it, and we're doing it at a very early age. Like, okay, well, maybe that's where the toxins are coming from when we're like putting needles into little babies' arms, and we know that there's toxins in that. Like, maybe that's why humans are getting exposed to more toxins, and maybe it's not always worth the risk. Yeah. So
Listener said, algorithm, am I allowed to talk about the C word? I guess let's mention it, but definitely like and share, guys. That will help.
There are a couple
That would
super
help
chats. I
us.
don't know if they went over. Pull these up. Shortwavesurfer, tip 25 cents. Just bought my Unstoppable XMR domain. I also have a blockchain one from 2022. Remember, transfer ownership to your wallet. Yes. Because if you leave it on Unstoppable, then technically they hold it. You can transfer it into your CakeWallet, your Ethereum or Polygon wallet on CakeWallet. And Cyrus tip 25 cents. Why did Cake change the icon? Can I still use the old icon locally? Because the old one has been around since the beginning. It doesn't really look like a cake. The icon now looks like a real cake. I think it looks very awesome. This is the first comment I've heard preferring the old one, which is fine. The old one's a classic. We do not have an option currently to go back to the old one, but if enough people want that, and maybe we'll add a little setting hidden in there that lets you change back to the old icon just for a more of a classic feel. But thanks for the tip. And Tony, I don't know if you saw, I did send a couple extra news links. I'm not sure if you saw those.
Let me check. Oh, you did? Okay. I have just a few left, and then I'll get those too, okay?
Yep, no worries. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about real IDs. So starting May 7th, you will need a real ID to fly. Real IDs make identification harder to forge, thwarting criminals and terrorists. If you plan to fly, make sure you get a real ID so you won't be denied from your flight or face travel delays. And that's essentially what she's saying. Now, I tried to look into it, so I will need some input from you guys, but
they've been trying to do this for years. Ever since I got my driver's license, they've been trying to enforce it, and it looks like maybe they're finally getting around to doing that. The real ID essentially means that instead of like the information just being present on this piece of plastic, there's a federal database which has this information on it as well. So the ID is actually tied to this shared federal database instead of just having this information on the card. So that's the point of pushing this essentially.
Oh, I see. Okay.
At least that's my understanding. It might be more than that, but
it's a step towards digital IDs, right? Yeah, because then if they have this database,
yeah, well, yeah, effectively it already is a digital ID at that point. I mean, it's a physical card, but the information exists on this federal database that's shared. Instead of just each municipality having their own system, there's a more shared federal system that is what real ID is basically. So
the next iteration is you're just downloading an app on your phone or some kind of card that's integrating with iPhone and whatever, and now you have your ID literally in digital form. Like it's just.
But the irony about that is that it's not going to actually, like, the part of it being digital has already happened. Like once you're able to use it on your iPhone, like there's several states that enrolled into the Apple wallet ID pass thing. But that's not any, like, there's literally nothing worse about that than what's already happened. Like the part of it becoming digital has already happened, and it being on your phone is not going to change anything.
No, but where things change is when they now say we're requiring that you show your ID for partaking in certain actions on the internet, right?
Yeah.
And now they have the means by which people can do that, and it can no longer be like, oh, but people won't have access. This, like, nope, it's everybody's already got it. It's called Real ID. Just download the app. It's for free. So if you want to use the internet to the way you already enjoyed using it, you're going to have to use this, right? If you want to access social media that's for over a certain age or whatever it may be, like they can use it for all sorts of things. And now they are dictating how we can consume the internet.
Unless you have a passport, you can use the passport to travel instead of a real ID. But at some point, they're going to do more things. You know, like going forward, you're not gonna be able to have an ID that's not a real ID. It has to gonna have like all new IDs issued are, I think, at this point already are real ID. So, but
Yeah, I think so as
Do,
well.
do you
because-
think digital IDs for the internet are coming? I definitely think it's going to happen. Maybe not happen in the U.S. right away, but we'll see it pop up in other places.
UK.
For sure.
It's gonna be one of the first places, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, China
Yeah.
already has some of these,
Yeah.
you know, digital like social credit systems in
And
place
then
to a
eventually
degree.
we'll see it in the U.S. and it'll be pushed. It won't be pushed by like some extreme left agenda. It'll end up being implemented by the right because they'll be like, oh, you know, I don't know, it could be anything, right? Like for accessing porn sites, right? You're gonna have to show like, you know, the proof that you're right. I mean, and arguably these could be good things for society, but this is how they then slip it into the system, and next thing you know, you need your digital ID just for when you put a certain prompt into a freaking chat GPT.
Yeah, I think this will be the excuses for them to do it, just like they do in crypto. When we know
Exactly.
that the illicit transactions are, I think, sub 1% or whatever, but now they're pushing KYC and all this stuff. Yeah, for sure. I think it's gonna be just an excuse to to push it. But I think also in China they have I mean, they have all kinds of surveillance systems. But if you spend too much time playing games or something, if you're under 18, you can only play so much, and then you just can't play for the day or something like that. They have all kinds of stuff. But yeah, for now, if you have a passport, you can use it. But regardless of all this stuff, you still nowadays when you go to the airports, I mean, you can skip that, but you can just go and scan your face. You scan your passport, and they scan your face, and then you can go and you can skip, you know, going to the actual officers. I mean, you can still, you know, opt out of that, but I guess maybe eventually you just scan your face anyway, and then, you know. So yeah, it's gonna be digitalized for sure, eventually. Maybe next year, or I don't know, but it's coming for sure. And I definitely I definitely think it's gonna be in the UK or something where they're gonna introduce,
Yeah.
you know, IDs if you want to go on the internet to combat hate and whatever.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is that, you know, to use you know, like X whatever, you have to you know, present your ID, because if you're under whatever age, you won't be able to use the website. And then, you know, it's gonna tie everything you say back to you. And if you say something that's, you know, under their very vague hate speech laws, then they have easy means to go after you.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the new generation is not going to know the thrill of the rebellion of signing up on a website and lying about your age. Like for example, Steam, when you try to watch a certain game, but it has a lot
Yes,
of
Steam.
violence.
I'm 120 years old.
I'm 60 years old, Steam. Just let me go and that's funny. Yeah. Or like I know in Europe or Romania, even when you want to watch but just the regular movie on the TV, they say if you're under 12, you shouldn't watch it. You should be with with parents or something. But you feel so good because there's no parents around and you're watching by yourself. So I guess the new generation might not get that feel of thrill of rebellion. But in New York, there's a new bill proposed aiming to let New York state agencies to accept cryptocurrency as a payment option. And here is the paper: an ICT to amend the state finance law in relation to allowing New York state agencies to accept cryptocurrencies as a form of payment. So yeah, I guess we'll see if that's going to get passed, but that's an interesting move, especially coming from New York that before hasn't been so friendly. And okay, now actually, yeah, let's talk about this, and then we're going to go into, we're seeing a lot of, I guess, crypto positive things, and that the US now is super crypto positive. They want to be the crypto capital of the world. As we see right here, Congressman Mikey Carey said, just now POTUS signed my bill to repeal to the IRS DeFi crypto broker rule. And then, he said, House GOP is working to keep America as the crypto capital of the world. But is it going to be the privacy capital of the world too, or just the crypto? And I got a couple news articles on that. But essentially, no, it's not going to be that privacy friendly for sure. But the IRS DeFi crypto broker was signed under the Biden administration, and eventually, essentially what he wanted to do is to require DeFi protocols to report transactions to the IRS. It was set to take effect in 2027, and it would have expanded the tax authorities' existing reporting requirements to include DeFi platforms, requiring them to disclose gross proceeds from crypto sales, including information regarding taxpayers involved in the transaction. But that's not going to be in effect anymore. So, that seems to be a step in a positive direction. But now let's talk about the DOJ, and we're going to talk about Tornado Cash, and things that we talked in the past. So DOJ scraps crypto unit, tells staff to ignore crypto exchanges and mixers. The Trump administration scrapped the DOJ crypto policing unit yesterday, accusing the previous government of pursuing a reckless strategy of regulation by prosecution. In the DOJ memo, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche announced that the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, NCET, would be disbanded effective immediately in line with Trump's January crypto executive order. Blanche reportedly told DOJ employees to avoid pursuing cases against different crypto exchanges, crypto mixers, and offline wallets. Instead, he told them to focus on prosecuting individuals who victimize digital asset investors. And as we've seen, there were a lot of cases dropped against all the biggest crypto exchanges, Binance, and Coinbase, and a lot of them. We talked about it in the past. Now, the NCET has helped with inquiries against the likes of Binance, Crypto Mixer, Tornado Cash, Sam Bankman-Fried, suspected North Korean hackers. So the NCET's shuttering is another sign of the Trump administration's lax approach to crypto policy, which has seen numerous lawsuits against crypto firms dropped entirely or paused. So they're dropping lawsuits against crypto firms. Okay, great. But is that a positive thing? Because now essentially they want to prosecute the individuals. So, okay, leave those exchanges alone, but essentially let's go after the people. And now I want to go over Lola's X post because it goes into this. So she said, I know we're all excited that the DOJ claims to stop prosecuting developers, right, dropping lawsuits, all this stuff. But she said, have any of you actually read the memo? Because the door to prosecute devs seems to be deliberately left wide open to do exactly that. She said, we still don't know what otherwise transmit or transfer means. We still don't know what knowingly and willfully mean in the case of non-custodial or immutable services. Charges will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and the statute used to bring charges against Samourai and Tornado Cash devs is specifically excluded. So what does the DOJ memo actually change besides making grand proclamations? It's not clear. What we do know is that the DOJ is painting both Samourai and Tornado Cash developers as having, and it's interesting, as having intentionally built services to enrich themselves on criminal conduct. So that was the point of these services, to enrich themselves on criminal conduct, and that the DOJ is prioritizing cracking down hard on such criminals. So drop the cases on the big corporations, but go against the guys, go against privacy, essentially. So until the DOJ has evaluated that the ongoing cases and come to a definite conclusion, it seems safer to err on the side of caution and not believe everything you see on X or in the government memo. So yes, it does seem that they're becoming crypto friendly, but they're not actually becoming privacy friendly. And this is the last article from me, and then we'll go into what Doc sent me to. I'll get that over in a sec. But this is again from Lola. She wrote a piece for Bitcoin Magazine. She said, pro-crypto, right? But anti-privacy. Will Trump free Samourai? What is he going to do? We talked about a couple episodes ago about how the Treasury essentially removed Tornado Cash's OFAC SDN list and filed a lawsuit by Tornado Cash users in a Texas District Court case that has become known as Van Loon versus U.S. Department of the Treasury, in which it was argued that the sanctioning of the software was unlawful and violated the right to free speech, right? Okay, that sounds good. But the thing is, the Treasury is fighting back in attempts to avert the judgment that would strip the agency of its powers to sanction immutable privacy software by arguing that a judgment is not needed because Tornado Cash has been removed from the OFAC list. But without the judgment, the agency could continue to sanction software that works like Tornado Cash and even resanction Tornado Cash itself. But the Roman Storm case is very, very important. It's extremely important because it may set the precedent for the prosecution of Rodriguez and Hill, who have been charged with conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmitter and conspiracy to commit money laundering. It's quite insane what they've been charged for, that they purposely wanted to create a system in which they could just launder money for people and make money out of it. It's crazy. But both Tornado Cash and Samourai Wallet are purely non-custodial software projects, which have long been understood to be exempt from falling under AML frameworks usually applied to banks. If Storm is found guilty in July, the government would have a much easier time to successfully prosecute the two Bitcoin developers as well. All in all, yeah, I'm curious to see how things will evolve, but I don't think that they're going to be privacy friendly. Sure, they are unquote crypto friendly, but they're not going to be privacy friendly, and they don't want us to have privacy ultimately. So we'll see what's going to happen to the Roman case and the other case as well. But yeah, so far, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see. Let me get Tux's links too. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, we have 2 more. Okay, got it. Is it just 1? I think it's just 1.
No, it is 2 links.
It is 2? Okay, got 1. Oh, it is 2, okay. Okay, while I get the other one, let's watch this. So Taproot Freak posted on X, pay at the SPAR supermarket in Zug, Switzerland with USDT and the CakeWallet. Lucifer, so enjoy less regulation on crypto whilst he still can until they oppress the shit out of it. Yeah, that's how I view it as well. The thrill of watching any movie, regardless of the rating and how old you are. Yeah. Good times.
Oh, no audio. That's fine, though.
Oh, there's no audio?
No audio. It's fine, though. We don't really need the audio. You can just see what's going on.
Okay. Was there audio on the other stuff?
Yeah, I heard some audio earlier on one of the videos.
That's so weird. Okay,
it's fine. Just continue it.
Okay.
So basically what's going on here, this guy is paying for this little soda. He's going to open CakeWallet. And he wants to pay with crypto. So he scans this QR code that's sitting on the side of the display there. And then he just sent crypto from CakeWallet and he bought his soda. This is a newer API from DFX, the exchange DFX. They created what's called the Open Crypto Pay. It's like this API that allows you to set up crypto payments pretty easily. And it's designed to be used mostly in Switzerland, so you can immediately convert the crypto into the Swiss currency. But it involves a static QR code. Instead of having a device generate a QR code, which requires custom software on the device, there's just a static QR code that you can put anywhere around the POS. And then CakeWallet will basically make a call to the API that's embedded in the QR code, and then it will receive the payment information. So it's a cheaper and easier way to set up crypto without needing like custom software on a device. I don't fully know how it works. I'm just starting to look into it myself. but it is something that does already work in CakeWallet. So, yeah.
Nice. And also this one too. This one is very cool too.
This one is very cool. This guy, Tyler Durden, I think he runs Zero Hedge, right? He's a pretty big account. I'm pretty sure he runs Zero
Capital.
Hedge. But yeah, basically he retweeted Vic about testing out BirdPay.
Yeah, so essentially you can put somebody's X handle as an address, and then you can send them. Wow, that's cool.
It's been around for a while. Vic just likes promoting it by sending some people on X some little bit of a Monero. And then Tyler Durden, I guess, saw this, and then he reposted that and said he was going to give a few people $1,000 of XMR tomorrow. So we'll see if he stands by his word, giving $1,000 of Monero to a few people. But basically, it's, you know, you have to have your Monero address or like a Bitcoin address or whatever, either in your bio or your pinned tweet. Not the expanded bio. That doesn't work yet. It has to be the main part of the bio or your pinned tweet. And then you can just type in that person's X handle, and it just pulls up their profile, and you can send right there. It's pretty cool. Very, very simple feature, but it's just cool to see. And also really cool. I hope you guys like the newer transaction confirmation screen. It's really cool seeing people use the swipe to send. I'm like, oh shoot, it's like actually in the app now. I worked on that for a while, and then one of our developers did a really good job implementing that. Cool to see people using that. It's so much nicer than before.
Yes, I liked it. I noticed it, I think yesterday or a couple of days ago, and I thought it's pretty cool. I like it.
Believe it or not, many hours went into redesigning that that transaction confirmation screen.
For sure.
So, yeah, but thank you, Tony, for doing the news. I think that's it.
Yes, thank you guys so much. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and also don't forget to like and share, subscribe, and also if you have any links. All the time, I also watch the YouTube comments. So if you have anything that you want us to talk live or something, you can drop it, and then we'll talk about it. But other than that, have a good week, guys, and we'll see you next week.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
All right. With that being said, I think we're going to move into the viewers on stage segment because we do have a few people at this time. So let's go ahead and do that. Actually, instead of viewers on stage, I will run the guest segment since we had no guests today, so we can promote our sponsor. So I'll go ahead and run that right now.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by CakeWallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. CakeWallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right.
Maybe we could still get a special guest for today. Let's see who jumps up. Oh, we got Drunk Dial. I haven't heard from Drunk Dial in a while. Yeah, anybody else that wants to jump up, please do so. Now is the time. Would be cool to get some new people.
What is this, viewers on stage now?
This is viewers on stage.
Yes.
All right. So I have to ask you a question there, Tux, before we go much further.
Uh-huh.
I haven't played with this, the new CakeWallet send confirmation screen, but I must ask if somebody took into account accessibility. If there's like a swipe to send thing, was accessibility for screen reader users taken into account when doing that?
I don't. I haven't tested it myself with a screen reader.
I'm getting my CakeWallet pulled up right now. It's at attempting to sync right now, so I'm going to wait for it and try it myself. But I just needed to know that, and I'll let you guys know what happens.
I will be right back in a few minutes. I got to take care of something. Yeah, let me know how that goes, Shortwave.
Okay, we lost Tux, but yeah, good point, Shortwave. Let's see how that turns out. So yeah, we do have Drunk Dial. I haven't heard from him in a while. So Drunk Dial, would you like to be our special guest today?
I don't know about that, but sure.
Well, you
How's
are.
my
You
audio?
are anyway. Your audio's good, man. Your audio's good. I'm actually. Where is the? I'm gonna run guest segment one more time, and Drunk Dial is today's special guest.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by CakeWallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. CakeWallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right. If we're gonna do it, we gotta do it right, Drunk Dial. I can't, half-ass it with you. You're well deserving of a legit special guest segment. How's it going, brother?
Good. How you doing? How's everyone doing?
Good. Enjoying the craziness of the market.
Amazing. I missed you.
Yeah. So,
I've been busy as hell for the past couple months. But yeah, I just wanted to hop on and kind of promote or announce or whatever an idea I'm trying to flesh out right now for a matching fundraiser to develop a Floss app, free Libre open source software app for reinstituting a function that was lost when local Monero shut down. I used to be able to easily pull up a map and see who was offering to sell or buy Monero for cash, gold, silver, or goldback. Well, actually, I don't think they had goldbacks, but Haveno Dex does. So the idea is, since local Monero shut down a long time ago at this point, and they kind of left a gap. And by the way, if any of those people are listening, we have a 4-year window. Maybe you could come back for just till the next administration comes in. Maybe if we trust Trump that much. I don't know if we do. But the idea is the Haveno Dex protocol allows you to trade physical gold, physical silver, or your local fiat currency and goldbacks for Monero. The problem is it's a little bit cumbersome for people who are not technically, proficient. And if we can make the Haveno Dex protocol into a self-hosted app that is basically idiot-proof, that means that wallets like CakeWallet or Moneruju could just integrate it, and you could say, I want to buy some Monero this weekend, pull up a map, see the offerings, and drive 20 minutes to a Starbucks like we could just a year and a half ago or so. I'm noticing that when there's huge waves of interest in Monero, we always get the same question: how do I buy it? 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 And then we always have to say, well, you buy this shit coin and follow this 13-step process and can try to avoid KYC and all this explanation, when instead it should just be as easy as ordering Grubhub or an Uber, in my opinion. So the idea is, the contest is 25 Monero matching funds. So I'm not sure how to set that up logistically yet, but let's say, Doug, maybe I trust you. Actually, I'd have to get your permission and buy-in on this, obviously, to hold the funds. And maybe I put in half of that entrusted to you. We start a Kuno, and whatever the Kuno raises, I will match it up to 25 Monero or $5,000 current market value, my choice. And the app has to be developed by the end of the year. So I'm kind of trying to work out how that would actually work. Just to kind of give it some legitimacy, hand the funds over basically in escrow to, I think you're the perfect candidate if you'd be willing. And then to make sure that the developer doesn't just run up the price by donating their own money to the Kuno and do something like that, I would have to rely on some people who have technical expertise in the community to evaluate which contributors to the app did what percentage of work, and then we could maybe just average those percentages out across, let's say there's 5 contributors, and then one person says, oh, this person made a huge contribution, they deserve at least 25% of the prize, and then another person says 20, another person says 50%, and we just average that across for all the people. That way, if you're trying to run up my matching contributions, you're kind of you're not only making the price higher, making more competition, you're kind of put your own money at stake that, oh, hey, maybe someone will outperform me and I'll just break even or even lose a little money. So it's the best thing I can think of to kind of mitigate that sort of exploit. I'm still just trying to kick around ideas. If anyone wants to help me on that, just DM me. I'll give you my signal or other ways of contacting me. I don't think it's that crazy of a thing to just have Twitter chat either, but we're not discussing anything too wild. But just wanted to see what you guys thought of that idea.
I wonder if it
Yeah.
wouldn't be a good idea to just have Woodser do it since he's doing the project. You know, I mean, he's definitely proven the fact that he can be trusted with bounties and stuff. So I wonder if we should reach out to him directly and be like, "We'll give you." I mean, I'm in. I'll join you, bro. Because
Well,
dude,
I love Woodser. I've just never looked him directly in the eyes, as far as I know.
actually, you did. He sat at a table
I did.
with you, but you did actually see him. I just don't know if you knew who you were talking to because there was a bunch of people kind of coming and going, and you were staring at a computer printing out QR codes. So that's. But the thing is I mean, he said he was going to do this crazy project, and then 2 years later he delivered, and it's like, all right, you know, everybody's like, that's not going to happen. And people have been talking about that. Who's going to fork Bisq? That's so much work. And then he just showed up one day and he's like, hey guys, I'm done. And then like, okay. You know?
Yeah, he single-handedly basically built that. He had that guy Eric Coney. Oh my God, who's a complete asshole. He almost sabotaged the whole project. But Woodser powered through.
Well, I did just see a post, I think yesterday maybe, where someone came out of nowhere saying, "Hey, I've been developing this app," and it came a couple days after I was announcing this idea and kicking it around. I was like, "Well, shit, that happened a lot faster than I expected." There was someone who was supposedly developing a Haveno app, Qubit. I don't want to get into the drama. I honestly don't have time to get into it these days, and I wouldn't if I
Let me ask
could.
you
But
too, like, how do you think? Because obviously, I think it's a great idea, and I think it's going to happen one way or the other. Doing it as a Kuno would be interesting, but something like that, maybe it could just be a CCS, right? And then, like Alaska saying, fun Woodser to do it himself. I don't know if he's interested in doing that. I think he would be.
Well, I was thinking more like you give it to him and tell him he can't keep it. He's got to find a developer to grab the project and run it. And they would show their merits by like building kind of some of the primary architecture and showing that it's clean and good code.
But you're saying you don't want Woodser himself to build it, you said?
Well, I wouldn't even be opposed to it, but I'm just saying like the ultimate goal here would be to grow the Haveno team and have one guy handles like the local meetup app and one guy handles the the base app underneath it, and then one guy's handling the desktop version, and they're cooperating. And this is like a huge issue just generally with the social elements of developers and programmers is like, I mean, we've like a lot of people have issues with like the graphene guy, right? But I mean, I honestly, he could say the most horrible shit ever and he's still a hero to me, because it's like, or I mean, look at the people you have on Monero Talk every day. Like I got a few edgy opinions here and there, but it's just once in a while. But the thing is we have to find a way to like actually grow out the teams and have like, this guy's handling this and this is how they get paid, and it's like a meritocracy based thing, and the final step to getting paid is the code goes public and it enters more than one repository. Like when that code is public working and passes a certain level of audit, then you get paid, but it has to be public. It has to be open source. And once it is, here's your cash. And actually, like even going back before this, somebody who I work with a lot, Chloe, she had been working on creating like basically three different, you could almost think of them like trusts. One of them being faith-based, one of them being code, like merit-based, and then one of them being more of like a function of finance industry. And the idea is they pick small projects that need small donations because they're constantly left in the dust, right? Like everybody donates to like Linux or, I mean, I kind of feel burned in one sense because I've spent a lot of money on Mozilla trying to do Thunderbird, right? But they don't give you a lot of ways to audit that your money is actually going to developing Thunderbird. And you know, we've seen the problems with Mozilla just generally. But the thing is we've got to have an open source email client for the business world, and the premise being that there be institutions established amongst the developer community where these guys are sworn to focus just on the code, just on the development. It doesn't matter who's asking for it. They can be anonymous, but they hold funds for the development of small projects based on the merit of completed code. And there's like a
Who holds
pipeline.
these funds?
Well, that's why they're
Oh,
supposed
this
to.
is a proposal.
Yeah, and it got some traction up until and this is my opinion, but up until people realized that their own gravy train was in question, because there's a lot of people who hold the power of the purse over other people to control their political opinions or what other projects they're working on or whatever. And the premise is somebody who's working on this project over here can go making some money over here working on a different project. But then it's like, oh, well, it competes with mine or what, you know, and as soon as people realized how much power could be lost up at the top of the purse strings, you know, it's the same story everywhere, right? But I love the idea of just demonstrating that it works with something simple like a Haveno add-on. You know, we want to be able to find people on a map and meet up with them locally. And I would like to see a whole bunch of stuff that integrates with OpenStreetMaps that does that. You know, like this is how you can find Monero. This is how you can find Monero accepting businesses. You know, this links with XMR Bazaar. Just a bunch of people adding functions to OpenStreetMaps would be the most desirable, because then all of a sudden people are going to have to download OSM instead of Google Maps. Or Google Maps is going to have to start gleaning information from OpenStreetMaps. And, you know, like open that can of worms as soon as we can is kind of where I'm looking at it.
Let me drunk dot. How do you obviously, like I said, I think it's a great idea, a great initiative. How do you think we could bring that feature potentially to XMR Bazaar? I've been talking about this with various people on the show. Like, can XMR Bazaar help? And somebody had brought it up earlier today. They were asking the questions: can I sell Monero on XMR Bazaar? I gave my whole spiel on how technically, yes, you can. Just have to make sure you're not doing it as a business. But my point being, how could XMR Bazaar help fill the void of local Monero as well? And I do think now would be a good time to stomp on that, just like you're trying to do with the Haveno thing. Advantage potentially with XMR Bazaar is I could just make changes there and implement things much faster. Although I do think Haveno ultimately is a better forum for that. But any thoughts on how we could bring that usability to XMR Bazaar so it becomes a way to quickly obtain Monero for cash, peer-to-peer?
Yeah, so what I'm envisioning is that this standalone app is developed so that it's so idiot-proof that any wallet or any other kind of marketplace app could integrate it into their app pretty easily. And I know you're developing the XMR Bazaar app, so I would just say add it in there, make it a button like buy Monero locally. It pops up. You can share your geolocation, whatever, to pull up the currency automatically, or a drop-down menu can show you all the different fiats of the world, and maybe put gold, silver, and gold backs and at the very top, just to kind of promote that strong trading pair between precious metals and real digital money. That'd be my suggestion. And then you could have a button for it could be, you could think of XMR Bazaar as a suite, basically. Maybe a button at the bottom that says buy XMR, and then a couple of other things like for Airbnb type rentals, you could kind of have that as a featured button at the top, and then you could like go into the store and that disappears or whatever. But there are some things that you're trying to buy or rent that I think kind of deserve their own tailored interface. And I'd say um, renting houses like Airbnb would be one example. Finding local businesses would be different than actually shopping products that are online. So it's kind of maybe the way to do it.
Yeah. You got to tailor those specific. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're just trying to
But
build up network effect first, and then, but that does make a lot of sense, right? We do have Airbnb like listings that are popping up on here, and it's just all under the category of housing. And yeah, it's not specifically built for like renting out an Airbnb, but people are using it for that purpose. But I hear what you're saying.
yeah, in
Trying to
big
like,
picture,
mhm.
the reason I'm such a zealot about this is, first of all, I have nothing against shitcoin trading, like shitcoin gambling at all. I just, it's not something I can dedicate the time to, and I don't have a natural talent for it. And I don't think if you're running a taco stand or a barber that accepts cash, you should have to know what technical analysis is or what Litecoin is. I think you should just be able to have someone say, "Hey, do you accept Monero?" It's like, "What's that?" It's like, "Well, it's this app, and you can buy and sell from your shop while you're cutting hair." Someone might just reach out to you and say, "Hey, I'd like to swing by and take that Monero off your hands." Or your customer might say, "Hey, can I pay you Monero?" We get rid of that barrier, that friction between Monero and fiat currency liquidity while we still have physical cash. That's the big important thing. That's why this is so time sensitive in my eyes. So we unlock trillions of dollars of paper currency swirling around in the world. I forget what the exact numbers are, but I think it's something like 2022, the gray and black markets in the U.S. were 12% of the whole economy. That's just the U.S., and we have all sorts of regulatory controls and everything. If you think about the global South, where they're really pushing hard to get people onto CBDCs and digital IDs and all that other digital control grid bullshit, that's an even bigger market. It might not be as valuable in nominal dollar terms, but if you can open them up to having a free market, that could really provide an avenue of explosive free market growth among those early adopters and entrepreneurs who are basically like, "Hey, I live in Africa. Now I don't have to worry about all these weird constraints on transmitting money across the borders." Like I might be slaughtering the name, the Nunez app.
No one.
No
Speaker
one's.
at Monerotopia. Yeah, he was talking
No
about how
one.
the entire continent of Africa, it's like basically near impossible to transmit money across multiple, sometimes even within the same country. And they use cell phone minutes as currency in some parts of Africa. If we can just eliminate that barrier and people have an exit from the inflated local fiat currency, like inflation's way bad in South America in a lot of places. So this would even be a threat to big picture USDT. So everyone likes that, like USDT spending dwarfs everything, including Bitcoin, Monero, Litecoin, Dash, like the big, top 5 current like digital currencies that actually have any adoption. And it's supposedly pegged to the dollar, but they're always monkeying and playing games with whether they have the reserves to back it up or not, and blah blah blah. If you had very frictionless liquidity between fiat cash and US dollars and Monero, all of a sudden that kind of puts, I think, USDT in a precarious situation where you can transfer the Monero and you suddenly start noticing, hey, Monero is actually kind of appreciating, not even appreciating value, just maintaining purchasing power. And USDT is maintaining US dollar purchasing power. But one of those two things is gradually going down. The other one is like staying steady and appreciating with the growth in the economy. So I don't think our enemy's Bitcoin. I think it's Tether, personally. And I
So
think
why
this is an end run around KYC. Sorry.
I was just going to
What's
say,
that?
why couldn't you just integrate the XMR Bazaar map into an app itself? Because XMR Bazaar does not work at least well as an app right now. It's a website. So if you wanted an app, why not just integrate? Like, why not just yank the XMR Bazaar business map, filter it specifically to the business listings, and put that up as an app?
Well, here's my criteria. It has to be a standalone idiot-proof app that I want this app to be so mission focused that it doesn't even have the Haveno Dex shitcoin trading feature in it, because I think that's a distraction. In my opinion, that's a distraction. The more we get exposed to shitcoin trading,
cash for Monero. Cash for Monero. It's just a quick way to get.
I just want to remove all that friction. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I want gold and silver to be useful as actual money for businesses and savings for individuals. And to do that, it has to be digitally transferable, private, fungible, decentralized, peer-to-peer, floss, all that good stuff. This is extremely mission focused. And yeah, someone else can fork it and add the shitcoin trading features. I don't give a shit about that. But I want that, like, this needs to happen. I don't know why I'm the only person who thinks this is like one of the most important things we could do right now while we still have physical fiat floating around out there, and we can use that to our advantage for on and off ramps. But if we can get that friction between fiat cash, physical fiat cash, and digital true money removed in this little 10-year window we've got, or whatever it's going to be, that market cap will dwarf shitcoin trading, which is what we want. We can have all the shitcoin trading we want. I just don't want the volume of shitcoin trading that dictate the Monero price. I want what's dictating the Monero price to be adoption by barbers and rickshaw taxis and taco trucks and people doing shady shit. Well, it's not really shady, but it's illegal in their country.
So you have two different things here. So the XMR Bazaar business map is what you're wanting for part of it, and then the Haveno cash trading, physical cash is the other part of what you're wanting. So you're kind of wanting two different things into the same app. And I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm just saying that you're the one service that's doing the business listings is XMR Bazaar, and the service that's doing the cash trading is Haveno.
Well, I don't want this app to adopt XMR Bazaar's business map. I want XMR business map to adopt this app. Like, to me, I just want individuals to be able to post like, hey, I have this offer and I'll meet you at this location. Mission focused. Like, business listings are great, and someone can
Let me
fork
see
the
if
app.
I'm understanding this correctly. Like, let me just throw this out there because maybe it'll add some clarity.
Mhm.
I think the underlying premise here, you guys, is you have a single use function that is highly integratable. So everybody who has a need for it can adopt the same technology on a similar platform. And then therefore you now have this function that can be added to everything. And that's
Correct.
the Unix principle. So, and I would totally agree, because if you design you might not even want to use the word app. You might just want to say, I want a piece of software that integrates with apps, web apps, HTML, everything, something very easily integratable with anyone who might have a need for it. And it can pull data from the same source. So anyone who's offering a location on a map that is willing to trade cash for Monero or vice versa, you can pull that data onto your XMR Bazaar map. You can pull it onto Haveno. You can pull it onto anywhere. But it's a standalone function that gives a location for peer-to-peer transactions for Monero or peer-to-peer transactions for whatever else. So basically, it's the Swoops backpack farmers market model, but it's a piece of software designed around that function, and it's designed to be simple and highly integratable.
Okay, so now my next question then is this sounds like it has to be a centralized server managing this. So first of all,
No, that's the
no.
whole point. The opposite, complete opposite.
He
If
said
it's not a
self-hosted.
standalone app, self-hosted. If it's not a self-hosted standalone app that's idiot-proof, like it has to be, you have to be able to go on F-Droid, download an app, and the onboarding has to be easier than PayPal, Zelle, or whatever the hell that other one is called. Doesn't matter. But those things you have to link your routing number, your bank account number, blah, blah, blah. This is just an app. You go on the F-Droid, you download it, and you just open it up. You hit, I have a buy offer, and it obscures your location up to, you set the miles, like I want to obscure my location up to 5 miles, or search in this area, or just drop my pin here that I'm buying Monero right now for $230. And then you get notifications to like, hey, I'll sell you Monero, and you put your limits and all that shit. The escrow is a little less important. It is important, but I don't even necessarily think that needs to be in place for cash buys. It sucks driving an hour to buy Monero, and then the person's like, "Oh, you made that offer 2 days ago, and the price changed. Now you have to pay this much if you want." It's like, well, I just drove an hour and a half, dude. And he's like, "Well, that's how it is." It's like, well, I can only travel on the weekends. I had that happen once. It kind of sucks.
So
So I understand why escrow is important, but it's not it's not critical for cash purchases like shitcoin trading is.
So doing peer-to-peer is
In my-
really, really hard. The way I could
I
think you
understand
might
that.
the way I think you might be able to do it is through, if you don't want a centralized service, then the way I think you might be able to do it is kind of adopt the Haveno style model with using onion services and a couple of seed nodes. So like you'd have like say 5 or 6 seed nodes hosted somewhere that this app or this service would connect to, and then when you created an offer, you would be publishing to those seed nodes that, hey, I have an offer here, and those seed nodes would then kind of send that out to everybody else. That's the only way I could think to do it, because otherwise you're going to run into issues with like IP addresses and stuff like that, because like not all IP addresses can be routable from the internet, and you run into all this crap. Not everybody has an IPv6 address. IPv4 is CGNAT, so you need some way of getting around firewalls. And that's the only way I could feasibly think to do it properly would be through Tor. Mind you, all that stuff
it has to be
built,
idiot-proof.
all that stuff would be built in. So Tor would be inside the app. So like when you published an offer, you would see just the interface stuff, but in the background, it would be publishing an offer to these Tor seed nodes, and your address would be an onion address, so that when somebody wanted to contact you, they would get your onion address from the seed nodes, and it would publish it back to you. That's the only way I could think to do it.
Lucifer saying,
Okay,
he's so
well, here-
right. We need another local Monero. I'd buy Monero right now. If I can meet up with somebody in my area to buy it with physical cash, I'd go right now. So wait, just not to go off topic, but obviously because I'm quite interested in this option myself. What do you and I keep trying to bring it, but I'm not really hearing good feedback on this. Would it make sense to essentially implement a tailored local Monero feature into XMR Bazaar?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
because if you did that, then people would use your service as a local Monero, and you would have the same fate local Monero did. Why did local Monero shut down?
No,
Most
I
likely
get
because they ended up under pressure.
that argument. I get that argument. That's why I've always said I try. But it's also a matter of doing things right. Local Monero was profiting off of the trades, and they were effectively a middleman in the transaction. XMR Bazaar would be doing it a little differently. It would have the bonding feature, but that's not arguably us, obtaining somebody's Monero and then passing it on to somebody else. So it would be architected a little different, where it would be viewed different, have a different like kind of legal standing, and then obviously, like Drunk Dial was saying, I mean, we're seeing right now in the U.S. that there's like a window of opportunity here where things like local Monero probably wouldn't be shut down.
Here's the problem with Shortwave's argument. As far as I understand, Craigslist never got in trouble, not even one time, for hookers on Craigslist. You see what I'm saying? Because the administrator did not commit any illegal action. Like somebody using their platform improperly, if they're made aware and they remove that user, I mean, even if removing that user doesn't mean they can't come back under a different alias or whatever. There's nothing. It's just like Facebook doesn't go to prison for child porn. Like this, the difference with local Monero it's trying to facilitate secure transactions. I think with XMR Bazaar, you offer no security, you offer no risk protection of any kind. And you just say that, if somebody wants to host a Monero meetup, they can. And if that person is saying, I will onboard you to Monero at this, price and this volume and what, there's nothing illegal about, I'll give you an example. One of the most expensive, I would argue, probably criminal hobbies out there is Warhammer 40K. Like 3D printed models being sold for like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And if I were to go on, let's say, I don't even know if it exists anymore, but like Craigslist, and I was going to say, we're having a Warhammer 40K meetup, and I were to sell a crappy 3D printed model that was actually a perfect copy of something that is another person's intellectual property and sell it for $5,000 when you can buy the original for like 20. It's not like Craigslist is going to go to jail for somebody selling a 3D printed model to another person for a ridiculous price. All you're really doing is facilitating two interested parties for a meetup in their hobby. That's all you're doing. And there's nothing illegal about that. And the minute they even try to make a court case out of something like that, I mean, you could even just settle and just say, look, I'll just ban every listing that's like this, or I'll take my map feature off. But in the meantime, you've pushed the ball so far down the field, and now there's already a peer-to-peer network of people who know who buys and sells Monero and who's willing to get it done. I don't think there is actually a risk here. And even if there was, it would have to be pretty high before the reward wasn't worth it, And Doug could just be like, dude, I don't know. Alaskanon hacked my website and he put this feature in, and you can throw him in prison. And I'll go run a prison ministry and read some books for a while until they're sick of having me. Let's just make this happen. I'm all about it. And Shortwave, if you're worried about going to jail, don't worry. I'll make sure we go to the same cell. We'll be cellies.
Sweet.
We can hang out.
I mean, I see what Shortwave is saying, but
I think as long as you don't profit off of it, I think you're all right.
Right.
That's the big thing that local Monero was doing that probably had them having issues, is that they were taking control of funds at a point. They had control of the funds and they were making a profit.
Exactly.
I'm thinking if you don't do those two
Doug,
things, you're probably okay.
Go ahead.
Well, Doug, let me put it this way. If this free Libre open source app were in existence and you could drop your pin on a map and make offers for gold, silver, goldbacks or local fiat for Monero, you could also fork that app extremely easily so that anyone who's dropping a pin for a buy or sell order is also saying, hey, I want to buy a sandwich, or I need my brakes done, or I offer haircuts, or I do tax services. So you could fork the app, and frankly, so could RitoSwap or RitoSwap's competitors, or it could just be kind of a sort of non-feature rich, kind of kind of junky open source app that you pull down from F-Droid if you want to just do the bare basics. But anyone can develop it, fork it, do whatever they want. I just want to get to the minimum threshold of it being an idiot-proof, self-hosted app that is easier than Zelle or PayPal or Venmo, because you don't have to enter your bank routing numbers or your account number, any of that shit. You just download it and say, I want to buy. Drop your PIN. That's it. Really simple mission. Anyone else can run with it and fork it in any ways they want, but this is the foundation for getting cash and Monero and precious metals bridged in the real world.
No,
this needs to happen. I don't know why I'm the only person who sees this, but
yeah. If that existed, yeah, I wouldn't see why we would hesitate integrating it somehow. But I'm saying another path forward too is because we're always, we're constantly testing things on XMR Bazaar, iterating, right? I mean, we already see trades happening. People are selling, buying gold backs for Monero. They're buying silver coins for Monero. You do see some cash for Monero. So just building that very feature you're talking about just directly into XMR Bazaar just to get it up and running.
The truth is, Doug, is anything is better than nothing, and anything now is better than something later. And there's the path forward probably looks like this. We do some kind of like open to everyone, what's that website that I never use? Twitter, X. Do like a X video, try to make sure like Woodzer is there and you're there representing XMR Bazaar. Junk dial me and I can be there. And we basically say, okay, let's line out a blueprint. And then I'll match some funds. Junk dial me will match some funds. And then we'll just say, look, this is the starting for a proposal of, both of these institutions are going to attempt to put something in place right now. And this much of it is going to putting something in place first, as long as it meets a minimum criteria. But all of the rest of these funds are intended to be the basic architecture for something that's highly integratable. And so we can eliminate the function on our current platforms and integrate this better function. So we're going to meet a certain threshold of people plotting on a map where they can get Monero or where they can get cash. And if somebody comes up with something better, these funds are allocated for it, but it has to meet the minimum threshold of being able to be integrated on these two pre-existing platforms. And there has to be a way for you to anonymously put a location where you will make this trade and you can get in touch with those people. And notice how all of these projects are kind of stacking on top of each other. Like, with XMR Bazaar, you have to be able to get a signal notification pretty soon. Otherwise, that function is needed. There has to be a signal integration with Haveno because that function is needed, right?
We are adding that, by the way. It's already built. We'll be.
Of course you are, because you're
Molly is a fork of Signal, and they're very Monero friendly. In fact, they were trying to do an in-app wallet, sort of like, I think, wasn't it Signal pushing their TON shitcoin for a while?
Yeah, they did.
They did using Monero.
This thing called Mobile Coin, which changed its name.
Yeah, well, Molly is the fork that they've actually made an effort to take the Signal mission further and strip out all the AWS stuff. As far as I understand, I'm not super technical as far as information technology goes, but if we could get the Molly developers on board with the mission, they could integrate all these features. But as far as this app that I'm talking about goes, I just want to be able to go on F-Droid and download the free Libre open source digital gold Venmo. The mission's very simple, and anyone can run with that and fork it in any direction they want.
What's so hard about the Holy Grail, people? He just wants the Holy Grail. Is that too much to ask?
Hey, look, I'll never mistake hard for impossible when it comes to Monero development.
I mean, we've already crossed some major Rubicons, right? Like, it's at this point, it's funny because, like, especially on this show, it kind of reminds me of the guy that I work with. It's like you could literally be flying a Pegasus at light speed into work, and he's just going to be like, when teleport now? Like it never ends with the Monero community. It's like, let's all just pause, look back, and realize that we have freedom money, and we've had it for years now. That's pretty amazing. And then let's go back to looking forward and be like, when can I buy my Coke-laden Lamborghini with hookers driving for Monero today?
Well, the funny thing is we had all of this a few years ago on local Monero. Sure, it wasn't an app, but at least you would get notifications. You could kind of coordinate. Like, hey, I'm at the Starbucks. Where are you at? What shirt are you wearing or whatever? So we actually had this. It wasn't decentralized and uncensorable, but that's kind of what I'm driving at. Is like, hey, we had this thing and exogenous social political shit shut it down. We need to make this thing invincible, decentralized. And for those people who say like, well, sure, but you can run a sting and be charged with all these money transmitter, blah blah blah, like Ian Freeman, or whatever. But I always bring up this stat constantly, ad nauseum, or not ad nauseum. So marijuana is a Schedule One federally legal drug, and you can buy it on Main Street, USA, at storefronts, multiple ones on the same block, all across the country. And half of the states are telling the feds to go fuck themselves. So it's really about the number of people on whether or not, or the ease of use and number of people on whether something is effectively shut downable. Like the DEA only has, I think a few years ago, it was only 5,000, 6,000 actual field agents. Fuck, I'm winded. I have to quit smoking. Anyway, if we make it so easy to get in and out of Monero and Liquid that people don't even have to know what Monero is, they just think it's like basically Venmo. It's like, oh, the price fluctuates. Like, oh yeah, just think of it like like a stable coin or a foreign currency that's more stable than the dollar or the yuan or the yen or the Canadian dollar or whatever. Whoever's economy is going into the toilet. And that's another thing. When the economy is going in the toilet, this app and the ease of use makes it more attractive. And just kind of going through some general stats, and I'm going to be fuzzy on this, so fact check me like while you're listening in Google. But there are more smartphones in the world right now than there are people. And something like a super majority of adults in the entire world have smartphones. However, hardly any of them are technically capable. If you take in the account the entire world's population who owns smartphones, and even a smaller subset of those people don't even have laptops. So it cannot need dependency on a node. First of all, you can't ask these people these technically illiterate people who just need digital cash or cash to sift through who they can trust, because we know there's going to be scammers that come into this and do this and like, oh, I've got a fork of it and it's like a pumping up and then they like it's got backdoors in it and all this other bullshit. Not everyone knows that Cake is a trusted player in the community, and as it grows, there can be a lot of other players and whatever. It just needs to be a simple app. You download it on your phone. It's self-hosted. It's yours. Can't be shut down or censored. Yeah, you might post a buy or sell order locally, and maybe the local Barney Fife, local sheriff will come in, or Federale or whatever, and say, "Oh, we busted you trying to buy Monero or sell Monero." Big fucking deal. We can overwhelm them with convenience. Like people will always sell out privacy for convenience, so we need to make convenience easier than
According
slavery.
to Braves AI, there's approximately 2,200 IRS field agents in the United States.
Yeah,
And
fuck them.
There's about 4,000.
There's almost more people listening to this podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so if every single one of us were to flagrantly break the law right now, it would take him about a year to build a case on everybody. Which I'm cool with that. You know, a year to raise the middle finger at the federales is a pretty good time. I mean, I could finish a lot of projects by then. Just saying.
So if you integrated this functionality into XMR Bazaar, which would be pretty decently simple to do so, it wouldn't meet your criteria of not being censorable just because of the fact that XMR Bazaar could be shut down. So it would not meet that criteria.
That's why I'm
look. These are complementary projects.
It could be a good bridge, right? Just like because local Monero doesn't exist right now, it could kind of play that role while we're building these other bridges, these more ideal decentralized versions.
I mean, think of it this way. Remember
Look,
the earlier story about what was it, Exodus moving people to Cake, right? Exodus served a function for a little while. Cake serves that function better. They're trying to specialize in their field of whatever. And so they're like, if you use Monero, move it to this. And you could do the same thing with XMR Bazaar. We have like this bridge feature, and then we're going to discontinue it in 3 months. We want everybody to switch over to this. It will still be available on our platform. However, we're going to use it through this technology, to make it convenient for developers and to make it convenient for people where you don't have to be on XMR Bazaar to use this function. And Haveno does the same thing. And you build it out in steps where you can get the functionality now while still aggregating resources and time to get a higher functionality for everybody. And that's the way I think it should go. That's why I say, like, get it on XMR Bazaar as fast as humanly possible. Get Woodzer in on this conversation immediately. Let's find some more people who are willing to throw money that way. And then let's have some people who can kind of keep a leash on a developer long enough to make sure that it integrates well with the existing platforms, where it's like, you do this, make sure it works with these two,
Well, let me ask.
I would love for people.
Drunk Dial, let me ask you, 'cause I think you're obviously you're really good at this. So I just want to, how would you see this feature running on XMR Bazaar? Like, I'm picturing a little Monero for cash button right at the front. Obviously, it could be its own section on the web page, Monero for cash listings, but we have spend XMR, earn XMR, and then it could just be, cash for XMR, right? And so what would the cash for XMR feature look like? It would be as simple as, how do you imagine it being for somebody who's
make it say meet with Monero users or Monero community meetup or something like that. Because you kind of want to distance yourself from the idea that you are facilitating it. You should probably have it like meetup, onboard meetups or something like that. On-ramp meetups,
Oh, you don't
get
even
involved
label it as cash for Monero? I mean,
yeah.
that's a different way of going about it, but I think I think you could
Well,
go as far.
I would make the UI sort of bi-directional, so you get to the same place no matter what you're looking for. So maybe at the bottom, since XMR is Monero focused, you could have a button that, like a little small button in the corner that says "Get Monero" with an exclamation point, or "Get Monero now," or whatever. Buy Monero, and you click on that, and it takes you into the map. Or, not or. Let me rephrase that. And people who are posting buy offers or sell offers are also listed in the marketplace. Like, hey, this person's selling 100 ounces of silver for so and so XMR. This person's trying to buy 20 Monero for Mexican pesos or whatever. So it works both ways. The whole mission of XMR Bazaar is to facilitate adoption in the parallel economy. So do it both ways. This is one product, if you want to call it that is important enough to both feature on the first main page for the UI, but also the marketplace in the back end, quote unquote back end. You know what I mean? Like the actual shit that you scroll through. And the map feature works for both of those routes for that UI. Like, you click on this button on the front page, the Get Monero exclamation point, it takes you to the map.
I was thinking of it in ways that Alaska kind of proposed it too originally. I think I was even saying, like, we could even call it like your local Monero person, right? Like, you could basically, be a local Monero feature, right? And you see people locally that are willing to buy or sell Monero, right? And it just puts those people together, nothing more. And then you could see, if they have essentially a green light on, meaning like they're open for being contacted at that time as somebody who's local to you, that's also into Monero, right? And then you leave it
Like,
at that.
how can I get
really
Monero would be a good button. How can I get Monero? And then there's like a paragraph where you can get Monero for cash this way. here's
Yeah.
a list of people
I'm saying
willing
that
to help you.
the feature at its root really being just a notification feature of, and this is basically what Drunk Dial is saying, but this is could be how we right. It's a feature that lets you see people on a map that are locally using Monero, right, or are active, right, and can be contacted at that time as a person.
Well, look, you
who's
could
locally
have two
here
different buttons.
that also uses
You could have two,
Monero.
but
So now, when you contact that person, it's like, and they can have whether or not they're looking to buy or sell Monero at that time, and then the rest happens between those two people. Like, there's no other real feature set there. It's just connecting people that are geographically local to you that are on at that time and willing to either buy or sell Monero.
Create a Monero.
yeah, let's say at the bottom. Let's say hypothetically this XMR. Yeah, let's say this hypothetically this XMR Bazaar app, which I would hope is free, Libre, open source, self-hosted, and does not put you at risk or anyone else at risk for colluding for money transmitter, whatever the bullshit they come up with to persecute us with Operation Choke Point 3.0 would be. Like, anyone can fork it. Let's say you you open the app. At the bottom on one side, you can have a bunch of menu features, like maybe 3 or 4 menu features in between these two buttons. But at the bottom, in the tray on the bottom, you have a big button that says find local businesses. And on the other side, you have a button that says need Monero question mark or buy/sell Monero question mark.
So instead of making
both sides, you have this.
Instead of making this an app, why are
it's
you
got to
not
be an app
sending,
for me?
It's got okay, because I was going to ask, why are you not sending people to just xmrbazaar.com? And the reason I ask that is because every phone on the planet has a web browser. Like, no app store.
Because that's not how people work. Frankly, no. Hold on.
Are you going to be able to get this to Google
Hold on. Please, just for a second. I am bringing something so valuable to the table. It's more valuable than 100 pounds of palladium or platinum, and it's called ignorance and laziness. I'm nuts deep in this shit, and I find it difficult to buy Monero. I'm telling you what people need from a very, like, as far as information technology and programming development and all this other shit goes. If I'm having problems, and I see it all the time online, when we got these big waves of interest that are generated, and people are like, how do we buy Monero? And no one answers them, or someone swoops in and says, hey, buy this shit coin that was developed the same year as Monero. And then you go this and that and do the other thing, and it's KYC, but don't do that. You got to avoid it. Fuck that. Go on F-Droid, download the app. It's simpler than Venmo. Type in, here's my buy offer, here's what local offers are. I'm willing to pay 10% above market value if you will come to my doorstep or meet me at Starbucks. It has to be fucking simple, self-hosted, peer-to-peer floss. I'm telling you what the idiots need. I'm an idiot.
I'm going to point out that very, very few people use F-Droid. So to even have a chance of succeeding,
doesn't matter. If it's on F-Droid, it can be on Android easily.
It
doesn't matter.
It has to be either on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. And if they refuse it, you're not going to get any traction, basically.
All right, look, you're not listening to me.
There's a lot of ways.
Hold on. Hold on. So CakeWallet just came out with a new feature I really, really want to use. It's background sync. I thought I donated to the donut guy, and I checked my sends, and I was like, oh wait, I did mean to, but then I got distracted because it took fucking like a half hour to sync. And then I synced it again. I forgot to pay him again. I claimed on Twitter I paid him, but I checked myself. It was someone else I paid. And now I have to fucking pay him, which I intended to do in the first place, but I got distracted multiple times because it was syncing in the background. I don't have automatic sync because CakeWallet was taken off of F-Droid. I am nuts deep in this shit, and me going to the repository and doing all this shit, and like I have to have conversations on Twitter to figure out how to get the background sync feature on an app. Give me a fucking break. It has to be on F-Droid. I'm telling you, cater to the idiots. Take the Steve Jobs approach. There's a reason Apple charges a premium. You have to cater to the idiots. And that's why floss projects always fucking stall out and fail and don't get market share. It's because the developers take it 80% of the way, and they leave the other 20% of development on the table, but they leave 80% of the value on the table with that last 20%. You have to make it slick and pretty. You have to cater to the lowest common denominator idiot. And I'm an idiot, but I'm not the lowest common denominator idiot. You have to make it easy for me to download or my great aunt to download and just buy Monero from the guy down the street, or it doesn't fucking work and it's a failure.
So if it's not on Google
telling
Play or
you.
the app, if it's not on Google Play or the App Store, it's going to go nowhere.
The problem
You
is,
can
Shorty,
download
is that-
F-Droid on Google Play. Don't play games.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and that's the thing.
You
Like,
guys are both making valid points here. You're just kind of both seeing, Shortwave saying, zooming out, big picture. If your goal is to make this as accessible and useful as possible for normies to obtain Monero with cash, you're going to want it to be as accessible on an iPhone, an Android phone, and an F-Droid, right? Like F-Droid is like your smallest market. Like you're like, you are very niche, right? Like, yes,
that's kind of my point.
Right. No, but that makes sense too. Early adopters make you like, you want the most ideal version to exist. But you guys
Look, outside the US market, Apple doesn't matter. The majority of the world uses Android. Android is only a half step away from the F-Droid market. You go into the Play Store, you download the F-Droid app, then you download the Haveno app, and that's 2 steps. Right now, we have to tell them like 13 steps. 2 steps is bad enough, and I admit that I get that. I'm trying to reduce all the friction and barriers.
Yeah.
Like,
well, listen,
so sure, we say,
it's a great idea. It's got to be done. Whatever we could do to, whatever I could do to help once you get it going, whether you use Kuno or whatever.
Sorry, I'm getting kind of passionate.
No. It's good. It's good. I would just like to have a takeaway from here of like how we bring that to XMR Bazaar tomorrow, because I think that's the quick and easy thing to do, and something that I could literally do and run and be in charge of and get done. So that's why I was just looking for feedback from you, particularly because I think you've thought about this deeply, like what that could look like in its simplest form on XMR Bazaar, so that when you are talking to a complete normie and they're like, oh yeah, Drunk Dial, that does sound pretty cool. I mean, so how can I get $1,000 worth of Monero right now? And you'd be like, oh, go to XMR Bazaar and click the Monero for cash button, and then how does that feature look like?
There's something that I really think Drunk Dial Me is like more on point than people realize. So I'll give you an example. Like here in Alaska, there's a lot of people who they go work up north and they make a lot of money, and then they come back and they want to spend it all on whatever. And the ones that want to buy Monero, they find me. And we're talking 10 grand, 20 grand minimum. They're like, I want to get into this. How do I get $10,000 worth of Monero right now? And these people, and some of them are the lowest common denominator that you might be thinking about. But the reality is those people, they know how to use a browser on their phone. They know how to sideload an app. Where they get frustrated is when then you have to learn about this cryptocurrency and this cryptocurrency. You can use stuff that they understand to get there, and sideloading F-Droid is not hard for people to do. And it's just like, it's not hard to get people to use Signal who have never used it before.
And no offense, but Doug, we all trust, like you're great. But if people have to go to a website to download something or do this or that, and they, just sight unseen, they've never heard about Monero until you started opening your mouth and exhaling words and vibrating your vocal cords. They don't know what XMR Bazaar is, but justified or not, they trust the shit they download off of app stores. If you tell them, oh yeah, go to this shitty app store to download the real Floss app store, they'll automatically trust that shit anyway. Even if in the back of the mind, they're kind of like, yeah, some of the shit's probably leaking my data, not trustworthy. If it's not downloadable where you push a button, kind of like the retard in what's that documentary called, where in the future where the president is shooting the machine gun, President Camacho.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, if it's not as simple as a retard slapping his hand on a screen, thank you for coming, I love you, here's your burger, surprise. If it's not that easy
with a happy
and like
ending.
familiar is the word, familiar. It's not about trust, it's familiarity. If they can't push on a button, download it, like I can personally vouch for you, and that's fine. That's word, person to person, word of mouth. That's great. But in order for like when Tyler Durden promotes it and people in the comments are like, how do I buy this? How do I buy this? And people are like not answering them or saying, oh, just go and buy some shitcoin. Make sure you don't KYC and blah, blah, blah. Just be like, no, download the app here if you have an Android. You might have to download the F-Droid first, get to that app store for free open source. And then you can kind of like expose them to the idea of free Libre open source software, which people are also hungry for. And if they're on Apple, seriously, fuck them. First of all, we're not trying to capture Europe or America. We're trying to get the global south. That's where the fucking liquidity is. There are more smartphones in the world than there are people. And almost all, like the supermajority of adults in the world have smartphones. They don't have fucking laptops. They can't run a remote node. They don't even know what the fuck that means. And every time you introduce one of these new terms, they're like, that sounds sketchy and I don't want to learn about it. And maybe you're talking about money. They're like, it sounds like a scam. They're just going to steal my money. It has to be a self-hosted app. Simple. You push 2 buttons, F-Droid, Haveno Dex app. Done. Another button, want to buy XMR. You type in 10% above market value. It has to be 3 steps or 2 steps. That simple. It has to be. I'm the Steve Jobs of Monero right now, as far as quality control goes, or like user interface, user experience. I'm telling you,
totally agree with you.
I am the lowest common denominator. I need to be catered to.
Yes, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you. I'm just asking you to look at XMR.
Yeah.
Apply your Steve Jobs mind to XMR Bazaar and let me know how we could implement this feature in the meantime. Because I just want to do that. That's all I'm saying to you.
Well, I'm the Temu Steve Jobs, or the Kirkland brand Steve Jobs, but.
And then we get it going on XMR Bazaar, and like I would like to see it integrate XMR Bazaar itself integrated into Cake at some point, right? Like, and that could be a roundabout way too. Of now it's just in CakeWallet, boom, right? I want that to happen anyway in terms of just regular listings, but it could also be cash for Monero listings and a whole bunch.
Well, are you making these offers? This XMR Bazaar app that you're developing, is it decentralized, peer-to-peer on F-Droid? Uncensorable.
It is not an app. It is just a website. There is no.
Okay, then it doesn't apply.
No,
look. I'm talking about the back end.
Yes. No, we agree. I'm saying yes, that needs to be done, but I'm just asking you in the meantime to think of it in terms of how it could be done temporarily on XMR Bazaar. XMR Bazaar is not an F-Droid app. It's not trying to be, a client that you just run on your own. It's hosted somewhere. People can access it.
Well, I'm not saying the two projects don't have a ton of overlap. I'm just saying that they're separate.
We all agree. We agree.
Yeah, they're like keystones on a building, like the foundation of a building. If both those things existed, we could build amazing things on top of it, but this simple thing that I'm talking about, I don't know why it takes so much explanation. I must be really bad at talking or something.
No, we get it, man. Everybody gets it. I think you think like everybody's agreeing with you. We need this. I don't think anybody's saying they wouldn't like some kind of client that they could download that's just an easier iteration of Haveno and cash for Monero sales, putting buyers and sellers together.
The problem.
Anybody is saying they don't want that to exist right now.
The problem goes that what you think is simple in app terms is absolutely not simple. Like
do you think iPhone customers think iPhones are simple or care? They don't care. They don't care if it's complicated or simple. They want the iPhone because it's slick and pretty. That's what I'm saying. I'm an idiot. I'm lazy. I have money. I want to buy shit.
If you want it right
you're missing the point. Hard is not impossible.
If you want it right now, you're going to have to compromise.
Look, people who might adopt this shit don't care about how hard it is. How do we get from point A to point B? I will put up 25 Monero. Who can match me?
Like I said, I'm with you, man. I'll put some money into this.
No, we get it. I'm just trying to point out that if you want it right now, XMR Bazaar.
No. By the end of the year, I'm reasonable.
Couldn't
Just
it be
kidding.
just as
But by
easy
the end
as
of the year,
having?
seriously.
Couldn't it just be as easy as having a specific like format and category on XMR Bazaar, or it's just like call it meat space? You know, like if you're gonna put up a meat space thing, it just needs to have
Yes,
what you're selling, at what
Exactly.
price, and then GPS coordinates. Like that's required to make a meat space posting on XMR Bazaar. So I
Right,
mean
like
that could be something simple.
local Monero buddies, right? Like just a local a feature that's showing people that use Monero locally that are willing to be contacted.
Yeah, I mean, and
I
that could be
love that,
just
but
the
when I'm
format of the category is specifically time and place, and then that's up to you guys to figure out like what's exchanging. Could it be hellos? It could be beer. It could be fiat for Monero, gold for Monero, whatever.
I love that, but let me just say this. If I'm sitting in the barber chair and I chat up XMR for 2 minutes and he asks me, oh, how do I get that? I want to be able just to say, oh, download this app. And then we can talk about the fucking Dodgers or fucking whatever is going on in the Super Bowl or whatever after that.
I was just talking about
Oh,
getting
just download this
something.
app.
I'm just talking about something that is doable like right now on XMR Bazaar. Like it doesn't require anything. It's just like make a specific category with specific fields that have to be filled in, and then leave it up to
If
the
this is
people
a
using the smart.
self-hosted idiot-proof app, it benefits XMR Bazaar as an app and a marketplace.
Yeah, but like app development could take a little time, whereas this could literally be like messing around with like forms and like categories on a
Yeah,
website.
like we could have this up like by the end of next week, right? Like, and it basically, yeah.
Look, we're not at cross purposes. I just want to be able to tell the barber or the taco truck guy or the fucking shady weed dealer, download this app. I want to reduce the friction between Cash and Monero.
We need it. We need it. Everybody here agrees. I think everybody wants
It's almost more important than full chain membership proofs. And I don't. Everyone's distracted by the price, by the shitcoin gambling casinos. That is such a small such a small sliver of market cap compared to the trillions of cash in the world right now, which we only have a few years to take advantage of. All the physical fiat flying around before, like, what was it, Egypt that switched over the CBDCs and the riots and blah, blah, and that was potentially an exaggerated story, but who cares? The point is, the global south has a window. We have 12% of $1 trillion, like I think it's like a couple $1 trillion worth of gray market, black market economy in the U.S. It's going away. Those people need cash. They're lazy. They're stupid. They need an app.
So I don't.
That's all I'm saying.
I guess what I'm not getting. I guess what I'm not getting here is if you're
Okay.
sitting in the barber chair, why can you not say go to xmrbazaar.com? Why is that so hard?
I just told you, people, whether it's earned or not, just trust downloading apps from app stores. They know in the back of their mind it's probably selling their data and blah, blah, blah. But if you tell them to go to a website, that's like, you have to convince them, like, oh, well, what?
No, just call it
okay.
just call it a WAP. It's a web application that happens to be interacted through the browser. People are used to that idea.
I think that the main thing that you guys are missing that Drunk Dial Me is saying here, that is like the level of importance is ridiculous, is so if a business owner accepts Monero and they want a way where they can set it and forget it off ramp for their Monero, what they need to be able to do is set it and forget it. Like, I accepted Monero for this price. I will part with it for this price. And then they need to be able to say, you can come to my, barbershop between 8 and 4. And if you want to buy this Monero that I have, I will take minimum this price. And not only that, but it should go up with the price of Monero, and they don't have to think about it. So somebody just shows up and they say, I want to buy the Monero, and they can buy the Monero, but that listing comes off automatically when it goes below a certain price. So it's got its foot in both doors. It's like some of the stuff that people want to use Haveno for that you can't right now, this app would cover. Some of the things that you want to use XMR Bazaar for, this can't cover. It wants to have a geographic, I take cash. It wants to have I take this price and no lower. And it has to be I don't have to think about it. I just get a notification. So and so is coming to this barber shop to pick up some Monero, and they already have an understanding that I'm not going to go lower than this price. Like that's
Which
what.
could be a percentage or nominal price.
Yes. And the other thing is some people always want to get more than what they originally paid for. Some people don't. I mean, for me, it's a liquidity arbitrage situation. Like, I'll buy Monero at 207. I'll buy a Monero at 190. I'll buy Monero at 500. I don't give a shit. I just buy Monero. That's what I do. But I try, because for me, what's in it is the circular economy, and those people will always exist. But then there's also going to be people like I was just describing earlier. They're coming down to such and such village in rural Alaska for X period of time. They want to buy $10,000 worth of Monero. They don't want to sell. They just want to buy it and hold it, and they don't care about price. It serves those people. There's other people who are basically saying, I bought low, and as soon as the price reaches at least this much, I'm willing to sell. Those people need the same app, and it all has to be on the same app. And that's one of the reasons why on the flip side, Drunk Dial Me is the fastest way to get there is to have a bridge in the meantime, which is Bazaar and Haveno need to start collaborating right now on we are going to offer this bridge service. We are going to start so XMR Bazaar, what it can do is it can say, we are going to start putting people on a map right now that will cache to Monero, or at least that's what they're saying they're going to do. It's like you want to meet somebody in your area. Here's a listing of a guy in your area who does meetups, who does on-ramping according to their profile. Okay. And then with Haveno, they need to start being able to say, these people offer cash for Monero in this area. And if both of those people are doing it, now you're growing the market while a guy is building the app. And then those two people should be overseeing the ability to integrate into their already existing service. And now we're off to the races. So, I mean, it sounds to me like you have the blueprint right there. So the next step is get a hold of Woodzer. Doug has now heard the proposal. Let's find somebody who's, got some history in developing these apps to jump in on the conversation. And then we just basically say this. Here's the people who are willing to match. Here's a floor for how much you can make if you meet these requirements. Here's two people that you have to be able to integrate into their services with your standalone function. And the code base has to be open source when completed for you to get your funds. But we'll here's us putting our money where our mouth is. We will every single week make sure that we're telling people, hey, don't forget to match. This much funds are locked up if you don't match. We'll grow the pool. People are going to be willing to grow the pool. I think Kuno is the best place to do that. So let's get the Kuno guy. Boom, you got three guys right there. You got Woodzer, Doug, and the Kuno guy. And then you got us saying, here's our match funds. It's like, so now anybody willing to work on this app, they can collect the money and they can also put on their GitHub, like buy me a coffee and all that other stuff as their standalone. You want to fund me once the match funds are unlocked. I'll keep working on it. But anybody can grab that torch and run with it if the original person meets those requirements. And I would even be willing to go a step further. I would be willing to say, like, anything that integrates with OpenStreetMaps, here's an extra $200 or something like that. But like, that's got to be the plan going forward. Is we got to get everybody to do, I don't know, like one of those Twitter talks that people do, or yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my Bluetooth dropped out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did I drop out?
We can hear you.
Shit.
Oh, I guess
we can hear you. Apparently, he can't hear us.
Yeah.
I can hear me, guys. I'm sorry. Let me reload. I'm sorry.
All right. But yeah, I think that's the next step is we have to do a Twitter Spaces where the major players make a point to arrive, or even a signal call. I don't know. Well, probably Twitter Spaces, so any developer can just jump on and start talking. And I'll even bring it up to some developer people I know that just work on shit like this, and let's see if they want to do it. Always something on this show, man. We got to add him again.
By the way, for Tux and the CakeWallet team, I did find out that it is not possible to use the new slider with a screen reader. So no screen reader user is currently capable of using CakeWallet to send money, Monero. And I'll of course report
That's
that on GitHub. I'll of course report that on GitHub as well. But just saying that it is not currently possible to send Monero with a screen reader.
So to start invading the global south, what do you think people should be doing? Because I think most people aren't in the global south.
Gift cards. Gift cards are amazing. I mean, if somebody wants to sell Monero, there might be guys like in Alaska that will buy you a gift card right now for your Monero.
Translate XMR Bazaar into Spanish and Global South languages.
For sure. That would be a good one. I mean, the part of the problem right now is Haveno is not getting the traction that it deserves, even as it is now. And I think the reason why is exactly what Drunk Dial Me is saying, is like some of this stuff, it's still out of reach of normies. You know, I know a bunch of people that if I show up with Monero right now, I can buy a cow, I can buy, you know, like 100 pounds of flour. I can buy like staples and everything that I need. I can buy milk and whatever in my area if I show up with Monero. And even those people are like, yeah, if I wanted to get cash, which none of them do right now, so I've got that going for me. All of them just want the Monero. But the thing is if they wanted to get cash, they wouldn't even know how to start. They would probably be like, all right, I'll buy something for Monero, and then they just get their stuff, which is funny because that's kind of the holy grail in a sense. But now it's backwards. Like if somebody needs to pay a bill and they only accepted Monero, they're going to run into problems. Now, the supply of Monero is so lacking that most of these people know where they can get cash for Monero right now. But we're going to start hitting, roadblocks the other direction in Alaska. But what's happening in the lower 48 is people who want to get Monero, they don't know they don't know where they can turn their cash into Monero right now. I also wonder if there's a shortage of people willing to do that. You know, like if anybody wants to turn some cash into Monero right now, call me. You know, like the other way around. If somebody wants to turn Monero into cash, I should say. But there's usually a shortage of people who are willing to provide that service in copious amounts.
So I would just like to point out that the only XMR Bazaar listing I see in the entire state of Alaska is in Wasilla, Alaska, United States. There's only one.
Who in the hell might that be? My favorite part is when you look at a map, it's just a picture of that stuffed animal. Like, so the whole state of Alaska is covered by a Mozzie doll. Like, it's funny because like it's a different social climate, right? Like there's tons of people that buy and sell for Monero in Alaska, but they don't want to use the internet, you know. So like you can buy tallow face to face for Monero, but you can't buy tallow from Alaska over the internet for Monero because these people hate the internet. and there's not enough Monero. There's just never enough Monero. I had a call yesterday, a guy coming down from working in the oil fields. He's like, hey, you got to help me buy a couple thousand in Monero because it's time for me to get into it and I don't want to sit on this cash. I'm just like, the bullshit he's going to have to go through to turn money into Monero. Like, what Drunk Dial Me is saying is true, but the thing is it still wouldn't solve Alaska's problems because there's nobody up here that wants to sell their Monero. They only want to buy. I was doing it for the longest time where it's like, if somebody wanted a graphene phone or whatever and they wanted to get into Monero, I would provide them with Monero like to get started. And then they'd be like, yeah, I mean, $25 is great, but how do I get 5,000? And I'm just like, learn how to use Kraken. I don't know. Like, it's just really hard to get Monero, man. It's really, really hard to get Monero.
Yeah, getting Monero is difficult, and getting Monero in large volumes is even more difficult.
The funny thing is as soon as this breaks, though, that's going to be less of a problem because the distribution of Monero is really wide. So as soon as one XMR is worth, bajillion fiat or something like that, the distribution is going to be wide enough where you'll always be able to get what you need. And the thing is I'm complaining about it, and I'm totally part of the problem. Like, I just won't sell my Monero. Even if somebody are like, I'll give you $500 for 0.5 Monero. It's like, I mean, I'll help you go get Monero. Because I just like, and I know I'm part of the problem. Like, and I owe a lot of people apologies. Like, I'm selling such and such from Monero, and I'll hit up the same guy like, can I spend cash? And they'll be like, yeah, but I want to use my Monero. It's like, yeah, but I don't want to get rid of my Monero. Like, so I don't know what to tell you.
See, that's the thing is, if the Alaska people would get on the internet, then they could like sell to people in the lower 48, and they could get Monero into Alaska that way.
And there a lot of them are working on it, but they, it's a work culture up here. Like, most of us work 75 hours a week, like, is the floor. And then you try to tell somebody after they just put a 14-hour day in, okay, now go online, make an account, start.
Well,
and
make your 12-year-old do it.
I make my wife do it. Well, I don't even have to make her. She's all about it. And like, at this point, a bunch of them are like, if you help me get Monero by making these accounts and managing them for me and blah, blah, blah. But like, now she's working 50 hours a week being other people's Monero wallet.
Like make your like 12-year-old do it. Like, get on after school. Like, I'll give you some of the Monero I get. Get on after school. Put the listings up. Take pictures of them. If somebody buys them, accept the order and get it ready or whatever, and I'll ship it out. And
that's why kind of like the backpacker arbitrage guy. I mean, you can make a comfortable living as a full-time business just being the guy who's like the backpack Monero guy. I'll take your gold backs, I'll take your fiat, I'll take whatever, I'll get you some Monero and vice versa. And then as one supply is going low, they just go and top off that supply and whatever means necessary. You sell your coke and hookers or whatever you got to do and get back into the clear market. We lost Drunk Dial Me. I was loving the pizzazz. But
I just completed a sale for 1,000 tomato seeds for Monero.
that's what I should probably do. I should have all of these people reach out to you. He'll make you an account. He'll help you.
Because the thing is I think what we need is more like based products. So like, we have like different like manufactured products and everything, but I can't buy a cow on XMR Bazaar. Even if I wanted one, there's no place to buy a cow. Or
I'll sell you a cow right now for Monero. I'm
I
not
couldn't.
even kidding you.
Yeah, like I couldn't buy. I figured, why aren't people selling, like things you can grow, things you can put in the ground, and they will pop up in a few weeks or whatever, like a fucking farmer. Why can't
If
I
you
buy
put a cow
fertilizer?
on the ground, it goes bad. Just warn you.
Yeah, don't put a cow on the ground. But like I sold tomato seeds, right? I'm not selling fresh tomatoes, so I don't have to worry about like them rotting or whatever on the way there or logistics of that. But I'm selling tomato seeds so that somebody could plant tomato seeds in the ground, get fresh tomatoes, and sell them at their farmer's market for Monero, or they could make ketchup out of it and sell the ketchup on XMR Bazaar for Monero, or different things like that. Or you could like sell corn or potatoes or whatever the hell.
I don't know if you know this, but cow prices went through the roof recently. So that's such a good trade to sell cow for Monero. Because Monero is low and beef is high right now. You could make a fucking killing right now.
Monero.
It's the cow Monero bridge crypto. You to swap one for the other.
Actually, we should probably be getting off here soon because it's after 3, so the show's probably about to end soon.
Yeah, I should probably go anyway.
Yeah, we could wrap it up here. Anybody have any final things to say?
No, I think
if
I'm good.
somebody is willing to sell Monero, you should reach out to your favorite Alaskan and let me know. Doug, I'm looking at you. You keep talking about circular economy where you're just sitting there holding those bags, man. It's like, come on, circulate with me. Like, let's circulate. I mean, I'm not going to let go, but you should let go of your bags. Like, I got all this dirty fiat ready to go right now. Locked and loaded. You're muted.
Yeah, I just think that I just think that you or other
spend on fiat.
I just think that you or other Alaskans need to like take your fiat and go buy something from like whatever and then ship it out to the lower 48. I think that's the way to do it.
I think Brian's trying to get on.
What's that?
Brian, I'm willing to bet that that's Brian from Monerotopia. That looks like the way he would talk in the private chat.
Oh, here we go.
Hey.
What's going on?
Do you recognize this voice at all?
No.
Go ahead.
I know Doug does, for sure. I believe we're in deep shit, guys. I went to my local coin shop and I bought a gold eagle and 15 silver rounds. I'm really concerned about the bond market. Unfortunately, I missed a huge part of the show, so I really missed Bawdy's section, which I really appreciate him. But it's like I have lots of concerns, and I'm just trying to preserve my wealth here. As you know, in combination with Monero, I have some diversification going on. But I believe it's prudent to have at least a few coins of gold and silver as a theoretical backup plan in case you're caught with your shorts down. It's like if these bond markets just blow up, it's like I really believe we could be in a situation where we're all soul searching, I'm sorry to be a downer, but that's where I was today.
And Bawdy was talking about the markets or whatever moving, and I would just like to encourage you, go on TradingView, type in XMR, put in the 365-day moving average, and look at how much Monero's moved. Because that's what you should be doing anyway. You shouldn't be worrying about these day-to-day fluctuations. You should be worried about the longer term. You look at the 365-day moving average, the only place Monero's going is up.
So, Brian, how do you see things playing out? Like specifically in terms of like the macro macro, broader market, and then what's going to happen to Bitcoin and
In
Monero?
in my mind, there comes a price in the gold price where there's no looking back, and that's a real profound realization that I've had. You could have an exponential growth in price, in the price of gold, and the U.S. can't control it anymore. It's an international market, and if bonds are just getting dumped, gold is the likely alternative. It'd be nice to have, some crypto involved, but for me, gold and silver have such a storied history that they don't need to prove themselves as assets and money anymore. You know what I mean? And I'm just worried. I'm worried about the macro situation. But you know what? I said to myself, I'm not going to chase people. I'm not gonna panic. I refuse to do that. I'm just gonna sit here and position while I can. Before any, I can't time the market, but what I can do is I can position to be in a place where I'm not panicking and I have at least some amount of monetary insurance. And critically, it's essentially all self-custody at this point. It's funny. I was on, I probably shouldn't disclose this, but I was on Kraken today earlier, and I discovered something really funny. I really don't want to say anything more, but if you guys were trading on Kraken today, and you might have noticed something. Yeah, I I see you smiling. It was.
No, I don't know.
No, I fear getting in trouble here. I know that Jesse is on our side, the guy from Kraken, and that gave me the evidence to say, holy shit, we need to make sure we have everything positioned here in a relatively fastidious fashion. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay. Fear, uncertainty, doubt.
So,
You're
Mr. Brian, I just want you to know if you're, you're looking at something that's super stable. What holds its value as far as pricing power goes better than anything from I've got over 30 years into all of the markets that you're talking about. My guns have held their purchasing power better than gold, better than silver, better than Monero, better than
I was going to say
guns
bullets.
never, ever, ever lose buying power. And the funny thing is if everything else loses a lot of buying power, guns have the ultimate buying power because nobody says no to a trade of bullets for your stuff. So the thing is guns and especially ammo hold their purchasing power so incredibly well. And it's best to have the guns on your side.
Yeah, what do they say? Your metals are gold and silver and brass and lead, right? Can't go wrong there.
Precisely. So I would like to put a giant down payment on my gun futures.
What do you have What do you have recommendations for ammunition? I've got well, I don't want to reveal too much, but
use NATO rounds if you're looking for currency. Find any kind of NATO round because those guys will still have purchasing power and they'll already have a bunch of stuff to trade.
Ask yourself what the most common gun is and buy bullets for that.
Well, you need to go by area. So, for example, if you're in Denver, you're going to want a lot of 9mm. But if you're at where I live, you're going to want a lot of 308. You're going to want a lot of rifle rounds of any variety. If you're in an urban area, diversity is key. A suburban area, because the people in your neighborhood are all going to have their favorite caliber of whatever. But the thing is it's going to bid up the price if you have it. So if one neighbor, all they have is 22 long, and then another neighbor, all they have is 308, the guy who's sitting on that ammo can command a hefty price for both of those types of ammunition. And a lot of those people get to know your Mormon neighbors.
Okay.
And then just be like, hey, you know, if I needed a lot of bullets, what caliber do you use? You know, and it's like, make sure they know that you're not a Fed. And then as soon as they tell you your caliber, just remember that guy can trade you water and food for that caliber forever. So that's the way that I would do ammo. And then the other thing is you got to have your storage figured out. It's got to be dry. It's got to be cool. Keep it out of the sun. And then like the raw material for certain, like, let's call it clandestine anarchist activities. I'll tell you one thing that's going to soar in value if you have it. The problem is you got to make sure that you have it and it's still good. Is if you have a 55-gallon drum of methanol and things really go south, that 55-gallon drum of methanol is basically like a year's supply of energy for a community. But you have to do your homework as far as chemistry to understand why a 55-gallon drum of methanol is worth more than gold. And you have to be able to use it. Most people can't. Another thing is if you're not storing your waste oil, you should consider whether or not you want to do that, because waste oil can actually have quite the value proposition. Or another thing that might be interesting is you can take standard tire sizes and wrap them in plastic. So, for example, a lot of people might be driving on a certain tire size in your community. Like maybe a lot of people drive F-150s. Most people don't get custom tires for F-150s. Figure out what tire sizes F-150s if you're in an upper class neighborhood. Because millionaires love the F-150 and they love Camrys. I don't know why, but that's just what they drive, right? So if the net worth average in your neighborhood is like $1 million of net worth, they probably drive an F-150 or a Camry. Buy, 2 rims and 10 tires and wrap them in plastic. And then after about 2 years, buy a new set, sell those ones on, a Craigslist for a 10% loss on today's market price, which is still going to be a gain, just not as much as the inflation. But the thing is those tires are going to be worth a lot of money because you can't get them in anymore or what. So try to think in terms of what a guy is going to need who has been stockpiling, because you could think of it like you could try to diversify, or you can diversify against the guys that are all trying to diversify. Because the only people in the economy when shit hits the fan are people who have been preparing for it. But at least a few of those guys guessed wrong and a few of those guys guessed right. So maybe all of these people who are piling into gold, well, they were wrong. It turns out gold wasn't the guess. Maybe it was Bitcoin. Well, the Bitcoin guy that drives an F-150 is going to want those tires, but the gold guy can't afford them. You see what I'm saying? So you hedge against the people who are hedging against the falling economy. That's the best way to do it. Because all of those people are trying to protect their wealth. Now protect your wealth with their diversification. Every single one of them needs a tire, no matter what happens. But one of them guessed right and one of them guessed wrong. Does that make sense?
Alaska, I wish I had the storage space that you're talking about, but unfortunately, for those of us living in apartments, we don't exactly have the access to, store a bunch of raw materials and rubber and all of these items. But yeah,
a 55-gallon drum fits inside of a tire. So you probably already have, not a 5-gallon bucket. Sorry, I was thinking about methanol still. A 5-gallon bucket fits inside of most tires. If not, use a 3-gallon bucket. Take your prepper beans or your prepper rice or whatever. And what you do is you take your enclosed drum, you put a Mylar bag inside of it, you pour your rice into it. You can even put like nutrition packets inside of that rice that you're pouring in there. You seal your Mylar bag, you cover the 3-gallon or the 5-gallon bucket, you put it inside the tire. Now you're consuming less space with 2 different prepper goods. Keep in mind, even wrapped in plastic, the inside of the tire has room as well. So you can put things like ammo cartridges inside the tire. The idea is to maximize the utilization of space. So you put your ammo inside the tire, you put the 5-gallon drum inside of the hole. You see what I'm saying? So
just obviously thought about this for a lot.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Possibly Brian. I mean, what do you think of, kind of back to where things are headed? Sounds like
Wait, I got one more question for
you're more of
Alaska.
a gold guy than anything else. Where do you see Peter Schiff coming down on everything? Does he start to become more Monero friendly?
I don't know. I believe he's. I don't think he's. Yeah, I don't think he's. I think he knows there's intrinsic value there, but he's not willing to. He's got a business, and it's just a huge conflict of interest for him. I think, in my opinion, he's got his EPGIX and his securities and all of this stuff. But I really don't think he wants to mix and match those kinds of assets together. If you catch my drift. But it's I think he recognizes that there's more utility in Monero over Bitcoin, and that's the important part, I think. But let me get back to Alaskanon, because now I'm really curious. What is the methanol? Are you talking about like a fuel source here for like a stable fuel source? Are you talking about like conversion into gasoline or something like this, or is it or are you talking about like methyl alcohol?
So methanol is the way to make the cleanest, like the easiest example, because there's things that I don't want to tell people if they're not going to figure it out themselves. And there's a reason. It's because if you tell somebody something and they start messing with it and they don't know what they're getting into, they could get hurt. But here's the thing. Number one, it's highly caustic. Make of that what you will. All right. But the other thing is methanol has this magical property of you can use methanol to turn almost any, let's just call them fat. Okay. And that includes any kind of oil base, waste oil, pig fat, other kinds of carcasses that may be piling up if you're getting raided. And you can turn that substance into, for example, diesel. So a very small diesel generator, or for example, they have those diesel burners that provide a lot of heat for very little diesel, or you can get APUs off of trucks that are no longer mobile. So the thing is your infrastructure, if it were to grind to a halt, there's going to be APUs on the back of about 1 out of every 40 diesel vehicles, and you'll be able to tell which ones are which, because they're going to probably have either they're going to be kind of like a Cadillac of the truck, or they're going to be really new because they're environmentally friendly. You can pull that thing off of the truck, and then you can bring it to your house, and you can have heat and electricity. That 55-gallon drum of methanol is over a year's supply of 24 hours of heat and power. So when you're talking about space concerns and so on, one of the things that I would tell you is don't use your apartment, use your buddy's garage. You see what I'm saying? And one of the reasons, so I became like kind of the guy that people ask on the internet for how to, solve their particular problem. The squad-sized element, I've said it over and over again on this show, is the single most valuable thing that you can have. So every military going all the way back to, ancient Persia and so on, they have figured out that 8 people are the ultimate number. All right. That's one of the reasons why I forget his name. Derek Bros, he has this idea of freedom cells, and he's very open about it. He's just ripping off stuff that has worked historically forever, putting a modern twist on it for current needs. But the thing is a group of, let's say, 6 to 10 people working together is the most valuable asset you can have. You could have no food, you could have no weapons, you could have no water. Those 8 guys are more valuable than one dude with a pile of guns and a whole bunch of water and a whole bunch of stored food and all of that, because 8 people if sufficiently trained together well enough, they can hold a whole country hostage, you know? And so the thing is you might not have space, but you have means and knowledge. Find a guy who's got a garage, you know, be like, hey, I'll put a 55-gallon drum of methanol in your shop just so we have it, you know? And then you take that drum and you start practicing your craft. Okay, what does this dissolve? What does it not dissolve? What can I use it for fuel? What can I use it for, you know, let's say vapors for my enemies? You know, there's like, start practicing your craft and having the supply, and let him provide the space. And it like fit yourself into that squad sized element as quickly as possible, especially if they're your neighbors. You know, one of the things that I point out is in Denver, not that long ago, a couple of guys took an entire apartment building hostage because they worked together, they were trained together, and everybody else who lived in that building didn't know their neighbor. You see, turn that model on its head. Meet every single person in your apartment building, get to know them, and then figure out what they're good at, and then find out who's actually interested in not dying in an apocalypse, you know, like, and go from there. You have to spend the time to meet your neighbors. Nothing is more valuable than that. Maybe we
could add that as a feature on XMR Bazaar, apocalypse buddies.
Just be like, you want to join a freedom cell in your area? Because that's the other thing. Derek already has like the freedom cell network thing. Integrate. Like, we have all of these people doing these projects and no integration, you know, like it would be amazing to see that integration. And then you can have specialized freedom cells. So this is my generalist freedom cell. These are my neighbors, but then you could have your specialist freedom cells. Us 8 developers who all know Python will handle any project that you need, you know, or like you could build entire businesses out of the model of making your freedom cell profitable, or make it, you know, there's so many ways to do it. And like, another thing that would be really interesting, a freedom cell buy-in. So if you use Monero, you can buy into the protection of this freedom cell under the apocalypse. It's $10 a month subscription. You know, yeah, you donate XMR to this freedom cell, and if you're within 100 miles at the time that it happens, we will let you come into our bunker or something like that. You know, selling freedom cell insurance would be an amazing business model. And it all hinges on the idea of getting these projects integrated and up and running, and there being a market for it. People are always talking about, like, you know, in the libertarian whatever, how do we handle insurance? How do we handle roads? How is solve every problem right now, libertarian? Oh, I got you. Like, well, the thing is this is how you would do it. Let's make it happen now. Freedom cell buy-in, insurance buy-in.
All right. Guys, I'm gonna call the show here, and yeah, we're a half hour past 3:00. Brian, you're welcome to jump on anytime. Maybe jump on a little earlier next time.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
We'll get you up. Say whatever you'd like to say.
Guys, I'm gonna put my email into the chat for you, Brian.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and kill it here. We do these shows every weekend, Saturday at 11 a.m. They usually go to about 3 or 4, sometimes 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to call it here at 3:30 p.m. See you guys next week. Hang in there. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the show. Hold on to those Monero. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.